Council members, please take your seats. All right, before we get started, we have a couple of housekeeping issues. Would Nancy, Richard, and Kevin, who filled out cards, please come up and let me know what topic you wanted to speak for or against? Or I'm sorry, you got that you don't wish to speak, we just don't know what you were here to talk about. So if you want, you can just send us an email to the council later, and that way we'll know how to classify your cards. All right, let's get started with the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Phillips. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Councilman Strickland, would you lead us in the invocation, please? If you'd press your button, sir. You're on.
Dear Heavenly Father, we come once again just thanking you, Lord. Thank you for allowing us to come out to be about this community's business. Lord, we pray that you give us wisdom and discernment, that we will make the right decisions, that we will keep in mind to do the things that are right for the whole parish. Lord, we ask that you just bless each and every one who's here. Keep us safe. Keep us to be honorable, to be able to do what's right. We thank you. We honor you in your Son, Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Smith? Here. Mr. Rowland? Here. Ms. Casabon? Here. Ms. Seiden? Mr. Phillips? Here. Ms. Tanner? Here. Mr. Impastato? Here. Mr. Burke? Here. Mr. Kugel? Here. Ms. O'Brien? Here. Mr. Laughlin? Here. Mr. Bender? Here. Mr. Corbin? Here. And Mr. Strickland? Here. We have a quorum.
Thank you. Do we have cards for... All right. Ms. Jamie Segura. So for y'all who are following on the agenda, we've had speaker cards for the for and against the invocation. Jamie, you're going to have 3 minutes.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Laughlin, members of the council, and the community. I'm quoting from an article by David Calloway. He's the former religious freedom specialist for the Freedom Forum. The phrase separation of church and state does not appear in the Constitution, but the concept was developed in response to English persecution of people who wanted to worship as they wished. Thomas Jefferson famously used the metaphor in a letter, comparing the separation to a wall of separation. The words separation of church and state do not appear in the Constitution, but the concept is enshrined in the very first freedom guaranteed by the First Amendment. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion. That's known as the Establishment Clause. The opening lines of the First Amendment prohibit the government from creating an official religion or favoring one religion or non-religion over another. The separation of church and state enables all Americans to practice their deeply held beliefs in private and in public. The founders of the United States were committed to a government not overly entangled with religion. Allowing one religious group preferential access or power can lead to a polarizing and contentious environment where we, the people, applies only to those in the majority at any given moment. Government support of religion puts some people's rights and beliefs over those of others. In the worst cases, it can require everyone believers and non-believers alike, to jeopardize their beliefs to get equal treatment under the law. The idea of separation of church and state ensures the government cannot exercise undue influence over Americans' spiritual and religious lives, from the ending school-mandated prayer to banning the government from coercing Americans to participate in religious activities. The wall of separation has been an essential tool in building a freer democracy. This uniquely American approach has resulted in one of the most religiously diverse nations in history. I again address you tonight calling for an end of Christian prayer before council meetings. There is no God in government. This is the United States of America for believers and non-believers.
Thank you, Ms. Segura. Next up is Chief Warhorse. Good evening, Chief. I'm going to get you started in a second. So in an effort to consolidate time and so that not everyone standing has to take 3 minutes, Chief Warhorse has prepared a statement which I'm going to read. This is just so we have a quicker meeting this evening. It's entitled, "In God We Trust." We call for a citizens meeting outside of regular St. Tammany Parish Council meeting so that registered voters and tax-paying citizens who generationally have prayed, worked, and lived in this parish can have their voices heard in support of their right to have prayer at government meetings. Being that in God we trust is on the money that we spend, and the currency has not offended people, and it is still accepted as legal tender, we can pray to God at government meetings. Elected officials in every branch of government in America are sworn in with an oath on their hand on the Bible, including the presidents of the United States. If you go to court, you are sworn in on the Bible to tell the truth, so help you God. Every judge on the Supreme Court is sworn in on the Bible, every council person too. So today, there is a demand to take prayer out of the St. Tammany Parish Council meetings, and that demand will grow to remove prayer from every branch of our government. This is a direct attack on our freedom and democracy. Let me shine a light on what has been set into motion. We are traveling down a very dangerous highway without headlights. Most people are traveling down this road in darkness and confusion. We cannot allow distractions on the side of the road to interfere with our focus on the road, or else we're heading for a crash. These are groups of people who have infiltrated local, national governments with a self-destructive agenda for America. They have attacked the library, and now they attack the council. Their cause is to make leadership look as if they are racist, sexist, or phobic if they do not go along with their agenda. We want to address our council members to remind them to be mindful of the tricks of these deceivers. Our elected officials have the power to call upon the citizens of this parish to have democratic form by vote or show of argument to the parish leadership in support of prayer. It is a shame that we brought back the 10 Commandments to the schools in the new school year only to find our elected officials from parish president to the council are under attack in the head body of our parish. I, Chief Warhorse, as an American Indian, along with other religious leaders in the parish and citizens of different beliefs, say publicly that we boldly stand for God and His principles. I'm proud to see the 10 Commandments back in the schools, and I will be prouder to see this issue at rest with the support of the St. Tammany Parish Christian communities, Muslim communities, and others. We come together because we neither feel intimidated or left out by having prayer at council meetings. We are in agreement that we pray to one God, the Creator, as is declared in the Declaration of Independence. Your oath, councilmen and women, is to uphold the founding documents of this country. Those who want to remove prayer want to overturn the Constitution of the United States of America and the Declaration of Independence. Our country stands for the right of people not to be persecuted because of God. It is a right we are fighting for. It is a right we are fighting to keep. Then they propose a resolution of support, whereas the St. Tammany Parish was not part of the 13 colonies of 1776 when the Constitution and Declaration of Independence were adopted. whereas St. Tammany Parish was not part of the Louisiana Purchase of 1803, but was the District of Chifuncta under Spain and renamed the District of Ferdinand when brought into the United States by decree by James Madison and Governor Claiborne in 1810, whereas we have since at time been bound by the U.S. Constitution and the Declaration of Independence and are to follow and respect that which is in the historical documents of the United States. Therefore, St. Tammany Parish Council members and the parish president do not stand alone and can dismiss a request to cease prayer based on the laws of the United States. We have initiated a petition with this statement so that we can be recorded in parish records that the citizens of St. Tammany Parish have a majority in support of prayer. We the people have spoken. Chief, you have 3 minutes.
3 minutes. First, I'll give honor to God, who's the head of my life. Second, I would like to say it's an honor to stand before my parish president and my council. We may disagree on a lot of issues on what way forward in this parish. You guys was elected by people who were also Christians and Muslims. We voted for you all because we had trust that you protect the Constitution of the United States and the Declaration of Independence. I, as a family member of the oldest family in this parish, if I stand forth and say me as a Native American who have been left out, dismissed, disrespected, and I stand here and say, I feel like it's a disrespect to take God out of here. The Indians was removed. We didn't have many rights. I'm not here as a chief of a tribe only or a national, international civil rights leader. I'm here as a voting member of this parish that I am so proud of, that I have put my life on the line. I seek not to be elected, but I do seek to support those who we have elected. I ask God every day to protect the 14 of y'all on the council and the parish president. We are in some terrible days in this country. When we're going to call on God, when we go to battle and say, in God we trust, and God bless America, that's hypocritical. I'm here to say, parish leadership, you're doing a great job. No, the government is not supposed to organize, she didn't say what that meant, organize a religion that all people have to be under. But it gives us the freedom to bring forth elected people. And at one time, you all would have had to, in history, take what they call a Christian test to run for office. What that law did was banish that you didn't have to take a Christian test to run for office. Do not let anyone misinterpret that. But I have called and asked for a meeting that we can meet outside of this meeting because y'all have been held up with library meetings, and this is another thing. We got work need to be done in this parish, and we don't have time for it. Thank you very much. One more thing I want to say. Don't let no one not make you stand boldly for God. And if you got the people of these communities with you, you have your force. But that same force also votes. So let's meet with the voters. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief. Good evening. Mr. Kugel?
I did want to just point out the Supreme Court decided 10 years ago in the town of Greece versus Galloway that prayers before these meetings are constitutional. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Kugel. All right, so normally I would have read that public comment, a 3-minute time limit is established for each member of the public wishing to speak for or against an item on the agenda except appeals. To ensure that all speakers are heard, please hold cheers and applause. Anybody wishing to place a comment in the record but does not wish to speak at the podium may fill out a speaker card and check the box indicating they do not wish to speak. So this evening we have a special item. We have an announcement of public meeting. The Parish Council will hold a public hearing in council chambers at 6 p.m. on Thursday, September 5th, 2024, pursuant to Article 7, Section 23C of the Louisiana Constitution and revised statute, Section 47, 1705B, to consider levying additional increased millage rates without further voter approval or adopting the adjusted millage rates after reassessment and rolling forward to a millage rate not to exceed the prior year's maximum. These are not new taxes, and the St. Tammany Parish shall not exceed the voter-approved maximum millage rates. All right, and then we have 6 special items, but no action need be taken tonight on these items. First off is ordinance calendar number 7261AA, ordinance levying the adjusted millage rates for the year 2024. This was introduced on July 11th, 2024, and this is for adoption at that September 5th meeting. I'm sorry, Ms. O'Brien?
Yes, I've had some people contact me about these taxes, and I just wanted to remind people that the adjusted millage for 2024 for parish alimony is only 2.67, cities 1.33, drainage maintenance 1.56, animal services 0.93, library 5.35, council of aging 1.69, and St. Tammany Parish Coroner 2.87. For an estimated cost to a homeowner who has a $300,000 value, what you pay for parish alimony is $60.08. I just wanted to remind some people about that because I've had some people talking to me about that. I'll talk later about fund balances next month, but I think we need to do an education program because people do have legitimate questions about taxation, and I feel it's our job to make sure that our community understands where we get money, where it's spent. I personally think we need to do a better job explaining this to everyone. So I hope we have some additional information available in September. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Ms. O'Brien. Item number 2, ordinance calendar number 7622AA, ordinance levying increased millage rates for the year 2024 for alimony. Item number 3, ordinance calendar number 7623AA, ordinance levying increased millage rates for the year 2024 for the drainage maintenance. Item number 4, ordinance calendar number 7624AA, ordinance levying increased millage rates for the year 2024 for animal services. Item number 5, ordinance calendar number 7625AA, ordinance levying decreased millage rates for the year 2024 for the St. Tammany Parish Coroner. And then finally, ordinance number 6, ordinance calendar number 7626AA, ordinance establishing parcel fees for the year 2024. All right, now on to presentations. Item number 1, presentation of proclamation to St. Tammany Parish Government of the Employee of the Month. President Cooper, please.
Good evening, members of the council, staff, and the public that's here tonight. It's great to see a full room. I have the pleasure and honor each and every meeting to present a proclamation to one of our employees that has exemplified service to our parish. And tonight, I'm honored to present to Beverly Matisse. Beverly, I'm going to read this proclamation. Beverly was nominated by her director, Jay Watson, Director of Public Works, and she's here tonight with her husband, Kendall, and daughter, Victoria. Whereas Beverly Matisse joined St. Tammany Parish government in June 2004 as an engineering technician 2, and currently serves within the Department of Public Works as the department's administrative manager. And whereas Beverly's daily responsibilities include supporting the operations of our Public Works Department, where she makes sure that both routine jobs and long-term planning efforts have the equipment and manpower necessary to be safely and efficiently accomplished. And whereas Beverly is crucial in the development of the capital project list, and she is also responsible for managing the multitude of Public Works contracts, as well as the department's budget, to ensure all projects are completed in a timely manner and within budget. And whereas Beverly's positive attitude and problem-solving capabilities have undoubtedly contributed to the completion of numerous maintenance and infrastructure improvement projects on our roadway and drainage assets, which contribute greatly to our community's overall quality of life. And whereas her tireless efforts and can-do spirit have earned her the respect and admiration of her co-workers, supervisors, and everyone who has the pleasure of meeting and working with her. And whereas Beverly is truly an outstanding employee who performs her duties in an exemplary manner and is committed to serving the citizens of St. Tammany Parish. Now therefore I, Michael B. Cooper, as parish president of this great parish, do hereby recognize the hard work and dedication of Beverly Matisse as Employee of the Month, August 2024, and encourage all employees of St. Tammany Parish to thank her for her 20 years of contributions and service to St. Tammany Parish. Congratulations, Beverly.
Thank you very much.
We're going to get a picture, and then you say a few words, all right? We're going to get a picture, and Beverly's going to say a few words. She didn't know that, huh? Right,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Thank y'all very much. I appreciate being honored and recognized. I'm glad to be part of Team Tammany. Thank you.
Thank you, Beverly. And now we have 3 choice seats right up here in the front. Would you announce what the next proclamation is?
Thank you, Mr. President. Item number 2 is presentation of proclamation to the United Way of Southeast Louisiana for their centennial anniversary.
I saw Miss Sonia, Mr. Williamson, Miss Liz. Come stand up here while I recognize the United Way of Southeast Louisiana. These are smiling faces. We've seen them around St. Tammany Parish over the years, providing many services to our great citizens and communities here in St. Tammany. Whereas United Way of Southeast Louisiana was established in 1924 with a mission to improve outcomes for vulnerable families within our community. And whereas for the past century, United Way of Southeast Louisiana has been at the forefront of addressing critical issues, creating opportunities, and fostering positive change in St. Tammany Parish. And whereas the organization has built lasting partnerships with donors, advocates, volunteers, corporate partners, government officials, and our local nonprofit network, contributing to the overall well-being of individuals and families in need. And whereas the organization's internal initiatives in our community, including financial capability programs through the North Shore Prosperity Center, volunteer income tax assistance, as well as youth advocacy efforts, have positively impacted our community by empowering individuals, addressing systemic issues, and providing crucial support during times of crisis. And whereas the United Way of Southeast Louisiana continues to play a vital role in building a stronger and more resilient community, exemplifying the spirit of compassion, collaboration, and service. And whereas the United Way of Southeast Louisiana is a trusted partner in the wake of a disaster, as evidenced by their work in our community following our recent natural disasters, including the activation of their disaster relief fund to help our Slidell community recover after the April 10th tornadoes. And whereas 2024 marks the centennial anniversary of the United Way of Southeast Louisiana, a milestone deserving of celebration and recognition. Now therefore I, Michael B. Cooper, as parish president of this great parish, do hereby recognize the United Way of Southeast Louisiana centennial anniversary in our parish, and encourage our citizens to celebrate this momentous occasion in recognition of the many positive impacts the United Way of Southeast Louisiana has had on our community. Congratulations. Who's going to say a few words?
Mike is going to say a few words.
Oh, I think we're going to take a photograph first. Okay.
Councilwoman Casabon?
Yes, I would like to say that I had the honor of being asked to judge the desserts. I got to see firsthand the worker bees that y'all are. It was a well-organized, great day. It was a red beans and rice cook-off in Covington, and I just wanted to thank y'all for including me, and you can sign me up for next year. Loved it.
And Councilwoman O'Brien?
And in the past, I got to judge the red beans and rice portion, but I missed it this year. But I wanted to say congratulations, especially since it's to one of my nicest constituents.
Well, thank you. Everybody's going to be hungry after they leave here. Well, first of all, President Cooper, thank you for the honor. Chairman Laughlin, members of council and my district, I stand before you not just as the CEO of United Way of Southeast Louisiana, but also a proud resident of St. Tammany Parish, and I live in District 10. So, and I always appreciate Maureen coming to the door to ask for my vote, but especially grateful to be here with you tonight on behalf of our team, some of which are here with us in the room, including one of my board members, Chris Massengill, but our donors and partners with a strong sense of gratitude and pride as we celebrate this significant milestone, the centennial anniversary of United Way of Southeast Louisiana. And thank you for the honor of being here and recognizing our 100 years of positive change throughout St. Tammany Parish. But this isn't just a tribute to us at United Way, it's a tribute to a legacy of our donors, volunteers, advocates, and partners have built over the years. It's a celebration of the collective impacts we've had on the lives of countless individuals throughout the parish. You heard about our work in response to the tornadoes. But over the last century, we've been a force for good in the community, leading initiatives to improve outcomes in education, income, and health for every person everywhere throughout our parish. The dedication of our community to United Way is the reason more families have stable homes, children receive quality education, and people can afford a quality of life. Our work in the parish over the years would not have been possible without the dedication of an extraordinary staff. You've only seen a few here tonight, and volunteers, too many to count. These are people who have answered the call for help time and time again. For that, and I say thank you. Your commitment and support have been instrumental in our ability to make a positive difference throughout St. Tammany Parish. I think we handed out our parish impact report to you a little earlier. I do encourage you to take a moment to look at that. It will detail the impact that we've created throughout the parish over the past year, and there's only more of that to come well into the future as we prepare for our next 100 years. But I also want to express our appreciation for the ongoing support that we receive from Parish Council, all of you, from judging our events to supporting us as we go into the community, try to meet the needs of our citizens. We've achieved a lot together, and we're excited to be able to work with you well into our next century, and I'm excited about our future and the work we'll get to do together. So on behalf of United Way of Southeast Louisiana, our staff, our Board of Trustees, the thousands that we've served throughout the region, but especially in St. Tammany Parish, thank you for this proclamation, this honor. It's a pleasure to be with you tonight. Thank you again.
Thank you, sir. Item number 3, presentation to have St. Tammany Parish declared a Purple Heart entity.
Councilman Laughlin's coming up.
I'm just here.
Introduce yourself.
Thank you, members of the council. President Cooper, my name is Colleen Orfanello. I'm the past national president of the Military Order of the Purple Heart Auxiliary. I'm currently the president of the Department of Louisiana Auxiliary. I am thrilled today to have 3 patriots with me today. We have Purple Heart recipients Lane Carson and Ed Oltman, and we also have Ignatius DeSandro of American Legion Post 16 with me. You're used to giving us presentations, and now it's our privilege to be able to present you with a proclamation. It's very special because August is considered Purple Heart Month, and August 7th is National Purple Heart Month. So for all of our Purple Heart recipients, and especially our veterans in the room, thank you so much. This is for you. Whereas St. Tammany Parish is home to more than 15,000 veterans, and whereas St. Tammany Parish has always supported its military and veteran population, and whereas The Purple Heart Medal is the oldest military decoration that is awarded to military personnel and was first created as a badge of merit by General George Washington in 1782. And whereas, since 1932, the medal is awarded for wounds suffered in combat or posthumously awarded to those who have made the ultimate sacrifice in battle. And whereas, the members of the Military Order of the Purple Heart is composed of Purple Heart recipients whose mission is to foster an environment of goodwill among the combat wounded and their families. And whereas the members of the Military Order of the Purple Heart recognize the efforts and patriotism of the citizens of St. Tammany Parish. And whereas the members of the Military Order of the Purple Heart and the Department of Louisiana wish to honor the sacrifices of the Purple Heart recipients and their families in St. Tammany Parish, and therefore be resolved, we, the representatives of the congressionally chartered Military Order of the Purple Heart, Department of Louisiana, declare St. Tammany Parish a Purple Heart entity, and have also selected Interstate 12 within the St. Tammany Parish boundaries to be added to the Purple Heart Trail, which begins at Mount Vernon, the home of George Washington. So we have this proclamation for you, but we also have something very special also for you, considering this is St. Tammany Parish is going to be declared a Purple Heart parish. A few years ago, Ignatius DeSandro, he came to me, he called our Purple Heart group, and he said that he found a Purple Heart medal that was in a desk at the American Legion. And for years, we have tried in vain to contact the family. We are presuming that Patrick T. Finn, Private First Class Patrick T. Finn, a Marine who was killed in action in Korea in April of 1953, was a St. Tammany Parish resident. We have framed his Purple Heart medal, and he was wounded twice, which is represented by the gold star on his Purple Heart lapel. We would like St. Tammany Parish to be the guardians of that medal. Hopefully, we have a next of kin or a family member that comes to claim it one year. But we know that that this particular medal of this very special man is going to be in good hands with you, President Cooper. And on behalf of all of our Purple Heart recipients, especially all of our veterans, we want to thank you so very much. Anything to say?
I just want to say one thing. After I left Vietnam and I got home, and for the next couple of years, I really thought Vietnam veterans, special Purple Heart Vietnam veterans, were forgotten. But when I came up here with this proclamation, it reminds me that Vietnam veterans and Purple Heart recipients are not forgotten. And I thank you very much. I appreciate it.
You getting ready to get up? Before Mr. Carson comes up, on behalf of St. Tammany Parish, we accept this with honor. We accept this and the proclamation. Councilman Chairman Laughlin and I duly accept this. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Council Chairman and council members, good to be back before you. It's been many years for me. And you know, haven't changed too much, the ones that were around then. You know, what happened to that old place we used to have at the old council chamber when things got a little tough? We could run down to Toogie's and kind of work out our differences now and then. Maybe y'all need a Toogie's over here or something, you know? But I'm honored to be here today with my Purple Heart brothers and sisters. St. Tammany has been so good to veterans and their families over the years. From our first St. Tammany Veterans Memorial Plaza that y'all designed and built, and we honor veterans in front of the courthouse, Mr. DA, as you know so well, every day with that beautiful facility. And our veterans go there on Memorial Day and Veterans Day, and they honor their veterans there too. We have engraved bricks for them so they can honor their fellow veterans and family members. But I also wanted to bring y'all up to date on our latest memorial, and that's the Fallen Heroes Memorial at the Southeast Louisiana Veterans Cemetery in Slidell, right off of Airport Road. Whose district would that be, by the way? All right, Chairman Logan, I'll be calling on you to help us out. Y'all already have, but I appreciate all y'all doing. But I just wanted to let y'all know, you have the brochures in front of you, and this kind lady is going to hold this up for me, but we, as an old Vietnam vet, I know how people kind of want to move on and forget. We said we don't want to forget the 144 men and women from the state of Louisiana who gave their lives in Iraq and Afghanistan in the global war on terror. So we got this beautiful memorial designed by Fauntleroy and Latham, Weldon and Barre, the same ones who did the Covington Memorial. And on it, we wanted to do three things. First, we wanted to have a name and a face to every one of those fallen heroes, of which 15 are from the North Shore: St. Tammany, Washington, Tangipahoa. Then we wanted to have what it's all about for these young kids, especially coming up, to know what 9/11 was, how that mobilized our country, and how these young men and women went off to fight for us. And lastly, we have what's called a battlefield cross. And this is what they did when they got killed in the field. They would take their boots, they would put their rifle, and they put their helmet on top. And when we dedicated this Memorial Day at the cemetery, the Gold Star moms came, told the stories about their Gold Star kids, their boys, their girls, and they hung their dog tag over the helmet of the battlefield cross. So we just wanted to let you know that we appreciate all your support for our veterans and the Covington Memorial, at the Slidell Memorial, and ask you to continue to keep up the good work. So with that, all I can say is may God bless our veterans. Yeah. All right.
Councilwoman O'Brien.
Lane, I want to just thank you, and Ignatius and the others that work with you. Thank you so much for what you do for veterans. It was an honor to speak in front of the courthouse several years ago, and we owe such a debt of gratitude to these veterans. I'm so proud to be in St. Tammany Parish, where we value you. Thank you again.
All right, next up, number 4, presentation of certificates of recognition to St. Tammany Parish Recreation District Number 1 and St. Tammany Parish Recreation District Number 4. Mr. Impastato. Yep.
Come on up. So one of the biggest priorities we had coming into office is we wanted to create more opportunities for children without a financial burden on the parents. And these two recreation districts have really knocked it out the park. Let me read the certificate of recognition. So the Parish Council desires to acknowledge Recreation District 1 and Recreation District 4 for their dedication and service to the residents of this parish. Whereas the Parish Council creates boards and commissions that act as political subdivisions in providing services for the citizens of this parish. And whereas the board members and employees of both Recreation District Number 1 and Recreation District Number 4 have demonstrated visionary leadership and dedication, providing high-quality services that benefit their community. Whereas Recreation District Number 1 has entered into a cooperative agreement to donate their existing skate park equipment to Recreation District Number 4 for the enjoyment of their residents and patrons. And whereas Recreation District Number 1 and Recreation District Number 4 have also entered into to waive out-of-district charges for their respective citizens, which will enhance accessibility and fellowship in individual sports and recreations among their residents. So kids from each district can participate in the other districts at the same cost. The cooperative spirit exhibited by Recreation District Number 1 and 4 provides an opportunity for growth, health, camaraderie, which will benefit the community, and whereas the Parish Council would like to encourage and support this cooperative spirit throughout the parish. Now, therefore, on August 1st, 2024, we, Arthur Laughlin, Council Chairman, Joseph Impastato, Council District 7, take great honor in recognizing and expressing appreciation to Recreation District Number 1 and Recreation District Number 4 with their cooperative spirit, resulting in improved sports and recreational opportunities for the residents and patrons of both districts. Thank you all so much. Great job. Great job. Thank you. Would you like to say anything? By all means, Michael, please.
Yeah, I can't keep my mouth shut, no matter how hard I try. Right, Mr. Bender? I just want to introduce the Lacombe Recreation District Director, Anthony Henry. He came on board mid-year of last year after serving 7 years as the Director of Recreation for Plaquemines Parish. And we have built a great relationship and a great program with his leadership, and I appreciate him keeping me company here tonight.
Good evening. I'm Suzanne Fisher-Reeder. I am the new Executive Director at Recreation District 1. On behalf of our Board of Commissioners, they weren't able to attend tonight, but we are very much excited to work together with District 4. We're really interested in expanding the positive recreational opportunities, the initiatives, and being effective and efficient together. So thank you very much for recognizing us. Hopefully it's not the last opportunity that you see us, that we're here together. Hopefully we'll have many more opportunities to be together to recognize each other. Thank you.
I'm Anthony Henry. I'd like to thank Mr. Impastato for recognizing District 4 as we try to change the narrative in Lacombe Recreation. So I'd like to thank him for that, but that's it.
Appreciate you.
As a point of personal privilege, Anthony, I would like to thank you. My daughters loved the art camp this summer in Lacombe, so they loved having it. We loved the opportunity. Okay, so I'm going to take another, being the chair, I get to take personal privilege, and I'm going to thank, with the help of President Cooper, I'm going to thank my friend Grant Black, and I'm going to invite him up and tell his team what they've done.
So in January, we were informed by ESRI, the Environmental Sciences Research Institute. We had won a Special Achievement in GIS award. I didn't really know what that meant, but I was like, okay, that's nice. We'll honor the team. As I was there and they presented the award, I really understood the importance of this award. This award was given to 217 organizations throughout the world out of 480,000 organizations. So we received this award for the digital transformation efforts of our GIS team. This reward is a result of collaboration between departments within St. Tammany Parish government as well as multiple agencies outside. So they digitally transformed and brought mapping together. When we got here 3 years ago, we had some people were using different versions of maps. We created a steering committee under Christine Evans' leadership here. And we basically worked with all the agencies and departments within parish government to have one direction, one true source of mapping and geography for the parish. And this award is a result of that. So I just want to recognize this GIS team and their extraordinary efforts.
Congratulations to you.
Chairman Laufman wants me to announce some of the other winners, because that's when I really understood the gravity. So NATO headquarters was also a recipient, the U.S. Coast Guard, the U.S. Forestry Service and National Park Service, NBC, the state of Connecticut, the state of Montana, the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey, and the Port of Los Angeles. So that's who we're recognized with.
Not bad company. Councilwoman Tanner.
Thank you. Grant, please stay up.
Yes, ma'am.
I also want to thank you and tell the citizens how much he has worked to get the cable in this parish. He has found grants, he has worked with the local companies, and we are actually getting cable and internet in the rural areas of this parish. So I want to thank you for that.
Thank you.
Great job. Great job, Grant. All right. Moving on to the consent calendar. Oh, sorry. I apologize. Appointments. Resolution to reappoint Kyle Matthews, Deepta Sean Woods, David S. Pittman, and Joseph Precio Jr. to the Board of Commissioners for the St. Tammany Parish Recreation District Number 14. This is Councilwoman Casabon and Councilman Smith, and they will need to stagger the terms. And we have one card. Kristen? I'm never going to get your last name right. You have 3 minutes.
What I'm here to ask for tonight is that you make it publicly known what vacancies are actually available so that the public, so we can increase civic engagement. So if I see that you're also doing an appointment for the Home Rule Charter Advisory Board. What are your qualifications? What are qualifications for boards? Can we publicly post that? And what districts that you're looking to have people sit on boards? I saw last month that you did not nominate someone to the Cultural Board. That was because maybe you got a letter from CCST or something that you might have not wanted to appoint maybe a Democrat. And I want all of us to come together to have a voice, regardless of what you think might be somebody's ideology or anything. So I think that it is very important for us to put it out to the public so that we can all participate in government. So that's all I'm asking you to do. If you could publicly post what's available and what qualifications you're looking for so that people can apply and that we can all have a voice. So that's all I'm asking.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I need a motion, Mr. Smith. All right. We have a motion by Councilwoman Casabon, seconded by Councilman Smith. Let's vote our machines. Ms. O'Brien, I'm sorry, Ms. O'Brien, Mr. Bender? Okay. Okay, and Mr. Corbin? Okay. Come on, y'all, you're representing the East.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
All right, and Mr. Impastato? Sign terms with the bingo machine. Yeah, it's a bingo caller. That's what we have. For Kyle Matthews?
B2.
He's got 2 years. For Deepta?
1 year.
1 year. And for David?
3 years.
3 years. And for Joseph?
4 years.
4 years. Oh, and Kevin Barnes Jr. We have and Kyle Martin. Kyle Martin France were appointed last time, so we need to stagger their terms. Bingo? 2 years for Kevin and for Kyle. 3 years. All right, they're staggered. Item number 2, resolution to appoint 4 members of the public to the Home Rule Charter Advisory Committee. Councilman Impastato?
We are not ready to move on these appointments. Later on the agenda, we'll have a resolution to create a Home Rule Advisory Board, but I want to make a motion to postpone this.
All right, how long you want to postpone it for?
30 days.
Okay. Mr. Kugel first?
I know we were going to amend this as well. Do we want to amend it later?
On the later part.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, we have a motion and a second by Councilman Smith. Anyone else? All right, please vote your machines, and this is for 1 month postponement?
Yes, sir.
All right. Oh, come in, Terry. I apologize. Yeah. Yep, so it's only 1 minute now since we're postponing.
Ooh-wee. Okay. First of all, let me let you know that some of you probably don't know this, but my daughter is an ordained pastor, and my son-in-law is as well. And when they found out, obviously, that we've got the prayer issue here in St. Tammany, and in the spirit of compromise, she brought up to me that silent prayer was something that could be and should be.
You're off topic, ma'am.
I'm sorry, I
You're
didn't
here-
have
no.
the opportunity to speak about this previously. So let's talk about the Home Rule Charter. But there's no reason why you can't compromise and do silent prayer. That's my point here. There's no reason.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Terry.
Okay,
Ms.
let's
Stevens.
do Home Rule Charter.
Home Rule Charter, you have 1 minute to discuss whether or not we should postpone. And at this point, you have 30 seconds. If not, I'll have to ask you to leave.
I don't think you should postpone it, but I do think you need to clarify to the public what the purpose is for the Home Rule Charter, because I would bet most of the people in the room don't know the importance of the Home Rule Charter, what the criteria is for the members that you are going to seek, and I would urge you to incorporate the notion that you bring people to the table who represent all demographics of the parish, socioeconomic, educational, all sides of the parish, not just geographic demographics.
Time's up. Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Let's vote our machines. Yeah.
The vote's done.
Okay.
The motion is unanimous with 1 absent.
All right, thank you. Item number 3, resolution to appoint Khalil Montez Lachey Batiste to fill a vacancy on the Board of Commissioners for St. Tammany Parish Recreational District Number 4. Councilman Impastato, and we do have a card from, did you want to do the public first, or did you want? All right, Sylvia Johnson. Okay, oh, okay, thank you, ma'am. Mr. Impastato, let me turn your mic. All right, we have a motion from Mr. Impastato, second by Mr. Burke. Not seeing any other. Let's vote our machines.
No, she's just filling the rest of the term. That's vacant.
The motion is unanimous with 1 absent.
All right, moving on to the consent calendar. Any item not pulled from the consent calendar or any items not pulled from the consent calendar are automatically approved in whole by 1 vote. Items pulled from the consent calendar are discussed and voted upon individually. A majority vote of the entire council is required to adopt the consent calendar. So under ordinances for introduction, the following are being pulled. Item number 7590, 7663, 7665, 7667, and under resolutions, number C6989. Does the administration need us to pull any items? Yep, I'm going to repeat it for everyone. Ordinance calendar number 7590, ordinance calendar number 7663, Ordinance calendar number 7665 and ordinance calendar number 7667. Under resolutions, Resolution Council Series number C6989. Mr. Corbin?
You already did it. I just wanted you to read them again.
I'm sorry.
He was going to ask you to read them again. You did
You
it.
just want
Yeah.
me to repeat.
And that includes all the cards.
Yep. And there are no cards. Looking to my left, looking to my right. All right. All right, at this time, I'd entertain a motion to adopt the consent calendar. All right, Mr. Impastato, Mr. Rowling. Please vote your machines.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
All right. So, first item pulled is ordinance calendar number 7590. This is an ordinance to amend the Code of Ordinances of St. Tammany Parish, Louisiana, Part 1, Chapter 35, Roads and Bridges, Article 1, in general, Section 35-35, Directional Boring Operations, to add Section 35-35E, Underground Facilities Damage Prevention Board. Mr. Impastato?
Mr. Chairman, we're still awaiting an AG opinion, so I'd like to recommend postponement for 60 days.
All right, we have, and second by Mr. Corbin. All right, we have a motion and a second. Seeing no other comment, let's vote our machines.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
All right. Next item number pulled is number 14, ordinance calendar number 7663.
It's number 2.
Oops. I apologize. Am I reading the wrong one?
Oh, no, you're right. I'm sorry.
Okay. Ordinance to amend the 2024 operating budget, amendment number 13. Okay. The proposed amendment is available to remove. All right. Ms. Tanner?
Yes, I would like to offer an amendment to this ordinance and would like to remove the 1.5 million that has been offered for cash flow for grants. I'd like to remove that since it's general fund, and I would ask for a second on that. And also, I don't want to move on it, but I have some concerns about the legal expense, but I just want to amend it to remove the 1.5 million.
I'll second. All right, so we have a motion to amend and by Councilwoman Tanner and seconded by Mr. Burke. Mr. Corbin, trying to do a second. All right. Any other comment? All right, so we can move on. We can vote on the amendment. All right, please vote on the amendment. Has everybody voted?
Yes. The motion is unanimous with one absent.
All right, and now we need it to be introduced as amended. Councilwoman Tanner?
Yes.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All right, do we need any other action?
Who was the second?
Mr. Corbin. Oh, sorry, Mr. Strickland wants that honor.
Okay. No, we don't need to.
All righty. Okay, next up is 7665. This is a Public Works Ordinance, number 16, ordinance calendar number 7665. Oh,
Do you have a speaker on that?
oh, do we?
No.
Oh, Mr. District Attorney, I apologize. You have,
He's got 763.
okay. We have a technical problem.
It's all right.
That's why I asked.
The floor is yours, sir.
I ask that you not approve any additional funding for litigation to sue the district attorney's office or to continue to engage in litigation with the district attorney's office. Since 2022, Mr. Montgomery filed suit when our budget was cut, and we litigated our budget, and there was a settlement to fund additional funds to the DA's office through that litigation. Then we immediately turned around to find ourselves being sued with the judges, the jail, let's see, judges, jail, I think coroner, clerk, and other entities to determine what the mandated expenses, meaning what are your mandated obligations to fund, and I'll focus on the DA's office, our agency.
And to date, between either litigation and money spent on outside counsel, either spent by parish government or costs forcing the judges and the DA's office to spend, you have eclipsed 840,000 taxpayer dollars already. And before you is a matter to move $400,000 more to fund half of the military road litigation, and I'm assuming, if I split the 400 in half, $200,000 to continue to sue us. You will then eclipse $1,040,000 taxpayer dollars so that we can determine what the budget should be, which is what y'all's elected jobs are, what my job as an administrator of the DA's office to submit to you and persuade you that it is reasonable and that we are efficiently and effectively spending taxpayer dollars. Not spending multiple on attorneys at $400 an hour every time we want to pick up the phone, $400 here and $400 for us, $800 an hour phone calls to discuss what a reasonable budget should be. And now we sit here, and our jobs, not mine or yours or otherwise, are just to do things because we're asked. And I'm never going to be the politician that just sits here and is quiet or otherwise when we're talking about my money as a taxpayer, everyone else's money in here as a taxpayer, so that we can sue each other to determine a budget. Also before us is an opportunity to explain to the taxpayers why we need additional budgetary flexibility in certain provisions of the law so that the mandated expenses for public safety, for the judges, the DA, and the jail can be spent, paid for to keep us safe. So if we're intending to get that flexibility so that we can all be funded fully, which is what I'm told the intention is, why in the world would you continue to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to understand what your minimum obligation is to fund us if we're trying to get legislation for additional flexibility to fully fund us? Would it make sense to wait and see and not continue to pay outside attorneys money to which none of the taxpayers get any benefit to now 1 million, almost 1 million if you pass this, taxpayer dollars to be flushed down the toilet? We settled it once. If everyone really wanted to litigate it and take it all the way, that should have happened while we'd already spent money in litigation on the same issue to settle it and then spend more taxpayer dollars just to turn around and be sued for the same subject matter. It makes no sense. I'm asking you to make a common sense decision. If we run out of money and we have to go battle over budgets, that would be the appropriate time to continue to engage in litigation. Otherwise, let's settle things, move on, explain our case to the taxpayers about how we want to live in the safest parish in the state of Louisiana and fully fund our mandated obligations. And if we can't get that done, that's a different conversation, hopefully one we could figure out without litigation. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you, sir. And just for the clarification for the public, we only voted to amend, so we haven't voted on this yet. It's going to be voted on next month. President Cooper? Oh, sorry, one more time.
Yes. I'd like to address the council.
There you go, sir.
You're correct. This was a budget amendment for introduction that was already voted on, the amendment that you all offered to defund further expenses for litigation, right? To remove, is that correct? No. Okay.
No, sir.
Okay. But the discussion was over. There was no discussion. It moved on to the next item. I do have some comments. I wasn't prepared for this. I don't think this is the time or place to discuss this lawsuit out of the court of law. This is not the proper time or place. But since it was brought up, as you all know, we are in litigation with four of the entities. 2 have already been resolved in court. The results of the budget litigation to date have been overwhelmingly positive and valuable in terms of potential savings to St. Tammany Parish government. 2 budgets have already been tried. The 22nd Judicial Court with our judges, their budget asked was $3.2 million. The budget funded was $3.1 million. However, per the judgment, only $800,000 is our obligation. That saved $2.4 million compared to the budget ask. We're in these lawsuits because we want the courts to decide, and we've discussed this in committee meetings already. Again, I was not prepared to talk about this or to have this court action right here in a parish council meeting. The council has asked to move forward with this litigation on all 4 cases so that we know what our mandate is. We do not have the funding. We do not have the funding to provide for all of our state mandates since 2018. And we are providing a solution for that you all unanimously agreed to call an election, to put before the public, to rededicate and extend a 2-cent sales tax so that we can meet these needs. But we've too far into this to not get an answer from our courts. And we've discussed this in our meetings. The City Court of East St. Tammany, that's the second one we've already been to court with. Their budget ask was $776,000. We funded $93,000, but the budget required, as determined by the court, is only $55,000. Again, a savings of $700,000, what our obligations are. We've got to get answers from the court on this, and as we've discussed before, and I'd prefer, we don't have an attorney here, our attorney here that represents us to go back and forth with the district attorney. I'm not an attorney, but I think we've got to work with our attorney to address how we're moving forward with this. Thank you.
Mr. Kugel?
I want to, you go first.
All right.
Disingenuous to say that the litigation has saved money when you're comparing the budget asks to what's actually funded. No one's budget asks since I've been working at the district attorney's office have been fully funded that I'm aware of. And every year it's multiple $1 million not funded compared to the ask by the district attorney. As an example, we received, I think, $4 million and some change. The budget ask was probably around 7. I don't have it, but it's been that kind of disparity along the way. The judges have been operating off of standstill funding almost for quite some time, and the argument was actually over about $60,000. So you're not saving money by not funding the budget because what's been asked has never been funded, and litigation has not necessarily been the issue. But to continue to spend money when, and correct me if I'm wrong, the understanding is that we're asking for budgetary flexibility from the taxpayers for funds so that we can fund the asks of the respective agencies that are engaged in litigation. If that's not the intent, that's fine. That explains continuing to litigate the issue because you want to know what the minimum legal obligation is. I don't live in a parish when I want to fund the DA's office at the minimum level. And I've explained to you guys at different meetings, both public and private, that when you look across the lake to Jefferson Parish and they're funding their district attorney's office, criminal department, or otherwise, $14.8 million a year. And between 2 parishes, this DA's office gets about 5.5. And from the parish government's own experts, we're funded at millions of dollars less than the, I'm sorry, not funded. We're spending millions of dollars less than the average district attorney's offices similarly situated in this state. Why do we live here? I hope it's not to engage in millions of dollars in litigation over something that we're all hired to agree on budgets. If the money's there, we fund it. If the money's not there, then we have to come to the room as adults and decide what's available and what's not. And if we walk out of that room and we can't come to an agreement, then you engage in litigation, I guess. But not before you're trying to go pass a measure and spend more taxpayer money to figure that out. Thank you so much.
Mr. Kugel?
Thank you, Mr. Sims. I'm thinking back, we've all been here about 8 months, us 9 new members, and I remember before this, during my campaign and such, how strange all of this looked from the outside. Like all this money being spent on litigation. I had some constituents talk to me about it, and I never really understood the justification. And I understand a little bit more of it now, but I don't think the case is made to most of the parish, the residents, why we're continue spending money on litigation on this. I think Mr. Sims was exactly right one of the number one reasons I understand people live in St. Tammany is for safety. And there's no way to have that without the DA's office being fully funded. There's just no way. That's why people live here. And I think one of the things we need to look at as well is one of the issues that constantly comes up is, does the public believe that we spend money appropriately? And the reason that comes up is because when we look to things like rededication and other things, if we don't convince the people that we're spending money, they're being good stewards of their money, we're going to have a hard time with a lot of these things. And when when they see all this money being spent on litigation, I don't think at some point people are just not going to trust in us being good stewards with their money.
Thank you, Mr. Kugel. Mr. Smith?
Yes, thank you. Let's make it clear. Tonight we're here to introduce an ordinance. I wasn't prepared to discuss it either. It's an introduction, and correct me if I'm wrong. I'm going to ask the administration, if we were to move this money, this 450 being moved, that doesn't necessarily commit to us having to spend it on legal obligations. If we don't have to spend it, that money can be moved again, correct? So we're not saying we're moving $450,000 to be spent. It's in the event that these negotiations between the parish and the other entities, such as the DA's office, if we don't come to an amicable agreement, and the courts are the ones that make the decision as to what our obligations are, we may incur more attorney fees. We've got one case in federal court right now. I hope we don't have to spend more than $450,000, but it's about fair housing. It was something that took place before this council was sitting here. We're in hot water, okay? We got to have those funds set aside in the event that we need those monies. I pray that we don't have, I got tax dollars too. I know you said you do, and everybody, I believe all of us pay tax money in this parish too. I don't like wasting money, okay? Trust me. But if we cannot agree on something and the courts have to settle it, we're anticipating, yes, we may have to incur additional expense from attorneys. Thank you.
All right, seeing no former comment, I'm going to move on to the next item. The next item pulled was Public Works Ordinance number 16, Ordinance Calendar number 7665, Ordinance to correct the road and drainage inventory to include Walnut Street lateral. This was actually listed originally in District 7. It's actually in my district, District 11. I need a motion and a second to amend.
So moved.
Mr. Impastato, Ms. O'Brien, and then I need a motion. Oh no, we need to vote on the amendment. We need to vote on the amendment, so please vote your machines. And now I need a motion and a second to. Oh, sorry. Everybody vote, please.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
All right, thank you. Now I need a motion and a second to reintroduce. Yep, Mr. Impastato, Ms. O'Brien. All right, next up is 7667. This is ordinance to amend the St. Tammany Parish Code of Ordinances, Part 1, Code of Ordinances, Chapter 2, Administration, Article 16, Moratoriums, Section 2-620, declared only by ordinance to revise reporting requirements upon the renewal of moratoriums. Mr. Impastato, and we have one card, sir. All right. Bubba, did you want to talk? Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Good evening, council members. My name is Bubba Jenkins, and I am the chairman of the North Shore Home Builders Association. I stand before you representing not only our builders, but also the myriad of professionals who contribute daily to the growth and development of St. Tammany Parish, from drafters and appraisers to insurance providers and termite treatment specialists. I first want to express my appreciation to Council Vice Chairman Impastato for his proactive approach in introducing an amendment that revises the reporting requirements upon the renewal of a moratorium. This crucial amendment will provide property owners in St. Tammany Parish with the clarity and assurance they need regarding the actions their government has taken to protect their health, safety, and welfare. Such transparency is essential for fostering a trusting relationship between the community and this council. Therefore, I urge the rest of the Parish Council to support this important ordinance amendment. Let's ensure that any halt or delay in development is scrutinized with transparency, giving every citizen a clear understanding of the motives and expected outcomes. Together, we must refine our regulatory practices to ensure they are necessary, justified, and truly beneficial for the future of St. Tammany Parish. Thank you for your dedication to our community and for considering this crucial matter with the seriousness that it deserves. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you, sir. We have a motion by Mr. Impastato and Mr. Bender. Yep, and a second. No other comments? We have. That's it.
That's it.
All righty. Last up, last item pulled, Resolution Council Series Number C-6989, resolution to establish a Home Rule Charter Advisory Committee to designate members thereto and provide for related matters. Mr. Impastato. All right. All right. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Impastato.
We have a couple amendments on this.
All righty.
I'd like to make a motion to amend. Lee, do you have them to read? They're not on this.
Yeah, everybody has.
Oh, hold on. I think we have a copy, Joe.
That's the appointment.
Oh, sorry. That's the appointment. Here it is.
Where the amendments are on the line. Mary, can you read the amendments, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Barry.
Oh, I see it now.
All right, so there's a couple major amendments to this ordinance. Number one, we amended it so it's for Parish President Cooper or his designee from the parish administration. So we added from the parish administration.
Right.
Number two, we had the district attorney as a representative, and we added or his designee. In case he cannot appear, he has someone else that can be in his place. And then also, instead of requiring the committee to meet twice a month, we said they can set their own schedule, establish their own schedule.
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you, Mary. Ms. O'Brien?
Well,
So we hope we have a motion on
let
the
some-
amendments now.
I would say let the public speak first.
Okay.
Let's get the public.
All righty. So, District Attorney, let you go first.
This is a softer presentation. That's
I never want to be cross-examined by you.
We're good. I support this matter. I think it's very important for us to collectively get together, look at the Home Rule Charter, study the things that work and don't work, and really come together to make sure that we're functioning in all phases for the public as a true parish government. And I think I look forward to working with all of you. I think this is a very much needed step forward. Kind of the things that we're talking about now that sound a little heated, I think would be assisted by different practices and different ways of communicating both budgetarily and passing other measures that are impactful to the community. So I look forward to working with you, and thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Massengill?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. D.A. Sims, I'm so glad that you represent the people of St. Tammany Parish in helping this place be safe. I too, Mr. Chairman, would never want to be on the other side of the table of that gentleman. And again, thank you all for recognizing the United Way. Many of you all know I wear a couple of different hats. One is your Chief Economic Development Advisor for our government partners. And the other hat that I wear is Chief Executive Officer of the St. Tammany Economic Development Corporation. And on behalf of the job creators and investors into our economic health, we see this as an important next step. We recognize that we have an opportunity. Since the charter was first amended back in the late 90s, a lot's changed in St. Tammany Parish. You had about 160-something thousand people. Now you have 278,000 people. We have a $15 billion economy.
119 jobs on over 14 business establishments. We have an opportunity, as every good government does, to take a moment, say, what are the best practices? What's the opportunity to make some structural adjustments that continues to make this parish one of the most incredible parishes for future investment for the ones that we have now, but the ones we know we're going to continue to recruit in St. Tammany Parish. I think it's appropriate when you reflect on what Sam Walton has once said. You can just keep doing what works one time, but everything around you is changing. To succeed, you must stay out in front of change. So I would submit to you, Council, that St. Tammany is in a unique opportunity and quite frankly, a time to review the Home Rule Charter, to harness the opportunity to consider our present and to prepare for our future. And this certainly is a step in that direction on behalf of the businesses and those that continue to invest in the future of St. Tammany Parish. Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ron Blitch.
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak before you. My name is Ron Blitch of Blitch Level Architects in Covington. I'm a Beta Spring resident, but I'm here tonight representing the North Shore Business Council. I'm vice chairman. North Shore Business Council is composed of 70 CEOs and business leaders, which represent in St. Tammany, Tangipahoa, and Washington Parish healthcare, development, finance, design, construction, education, and other key industries. Our only mission is to support good business success and an excellent quality of life for St. Tammany and the other parishes. Recently, North Shore Business Council commissioned a 70-page council consolidation study to explore the right sizing of a parish council for our size community. We are able to get copies to anyone that needs them. And simply, the North Shore Business Council supports the creation of the Home Rule Charter Advisory Committee and any recommendations that may come to improve best practices, as Chris said, and the governance of St. Tammany. Thank you very much.
Thank you. General Ernst. Bless you.
Thank you. Carl Ernst, Lacombe. First of all, I can't tell you what it meant to me to see that Purple Heart presentation. As a twice wounded combat veteran, it means a lot to folks, like the folks in there and to other veterans around this parish. That was really, very nice. And I hope that those plaques that they gave you will be displayed someplace prominently to do justice by them. So thank you all for accepting that for the parish. I'm an advisor to CCST, and I'm here representing CCST. CCST has been involved in discussions about the Home Rule Charter since its original founding as CCL, Concerned Citizens of Lacombe, in 2009. That's when we first identified that there was probably a need to redo the Home Rule Charter, which evolved from the police jury. And so and it's not been really redone. There was an attempt to redo it around 2016, I think that's correct, 15, 16. 14 items were put on the agenda for the voters, 13 of which the voters rejected, okay? And so what that left was, okay, we still have to do something about the charter. And so as we see it in CCST, this is an opportunity. It's already been said that way. And one of the reasons it's an opportunity now is you got a new council, okay? It's a new ball game, all right? So I think we have more open-mindedness to look at the principal governing document of this parish and open it up for questions, some simple questions of can we, and if we can, should we make changes to this parish? Just look at it. Police jury had 14, right? We still have 14. We have 14 of everything. Now, we've talked tonight about tax reform, about taxes. We've talked tonight about, does one entity have enough money to run what they're supposed to do for the parish? Maybe we can reform taxes. I don't know, but can we? And if so, should we? All right. And there are others. The council size. A former councilman thought that maybe we could do something about council size. I don't know if we should. Can we? And if so, should we? All right. You go down a list of questions. In the 14 different things, districts of the parish, there's a lot of waste. I mean, monetary waste. You've got boards and commissions. They all cost money. Can we do something about that? A lot of folks believe that St. Tammany Parish is a highly taxed parish. I think that's a fair statement. Perhaps if we reduce that redundancy of everything by 14, we can save some money so that the DA has enough money. And if you can tie that to tax reform so that you have flexibility in the monies that you do receive, maybe we could do something about it. I don't know that we can, but I'm willing to say that we ought to ask the questions. There are a lot of hard questions to ask. But a benchmark has already been said. Go out there and find best practices. There are other parishes that have similar problems. Council size is different. There are counties across the United States. Find the best ones, benchmark them, and say, maybe they have some good ideas that we can steal. So thank you very much, okay?
Thank you, gentlemen. Seeing no other comments from the public, I'll close it to the public and bring it back to the council. Ms. O'Brien, were you first, I believe, and then Mr. Kugel? Would you press your button, Mo?
Okay. For those of you who know me, I've been around for a while, and when I'm not sure how my district feels, I take the time to make a lot of phone calls. So I make sure I speak to Republican, Democrat, rich, poor, single, married, widow, employers, employees, and I do a scatter shot because I want to see what their thoughts are. And I did ask a lot of people because I have no doubt that everybody in my district believes that a home rule charter committee is important. Now, if it was up to me, I'd wait until next year to do it. I'd like us to get past assessment appeals and our next budget, because that's going to be pretty tough given our financial situation. But the pushback I got from my district, from the vast majority of people I spoke to, and it was somewhere between 30 and 40 people that I formally surveyed, was the makeup of it. So while I do support having a home rule charter committee, the complaint I heard was not enough participation from citizens. As it is structured right now, I believe we have 4 council members, President Cooper or his designee, an appointee from President Cooper, the district attorney, and 4 citizens. Now, I think, is there an amendment to have President Cooper put another citizen?
5.
Okay, so 5 citizens. So I did get a good bit of pushback about not even 50% of the people being citizens participating. So while I certainly support the idea of a home rule charter and reevaluating, I truly agree with my district. It's a beautiful thing when I take the surveys and I'm able to represent them, because I agree with them. I think there should be more citizen involvement. I think this committee is going to do some really good things, but again, I'm not going to be able to support it as structured this way.
Thank you. Mr. Kugel?
Emily, could you just clarify something the general brought up? A lot of the boards, certainly as the rec board, those are established and disestablished by ordinance.
Yes.
So this is not, I don't think that's even necessarily a home rule charter question. And I mention that because we've been going through some of the rec districts. Those can be established and disestablished by ordinance. Those are not necessarily home rule. And we've been looking, and I do appreciate it being brought up, how many of these boards and commissions are actually being used. And we're actually very interested in looking at that, which ones are defunct, which ones are justifiable to continue or not. But I don't believe most of that is related to the home rule charter. Am I wrong?
No, it would not require a charter amendment in order to consolidate or merge or dissolve any of those.
Thank you.
Mr. Impastato?
Yes, I was going to say that I also surveyed a lot of people in my district. Most of them didn't even know what a home rule charter committee was or what it does, to be quite honest with you. But I believe the makeup is very good. The largest subgroup is 5 citizens. So you have 5 citizens, 4 council members, the parish president and his designee, or the district attorney and their designee. I think it's also important to understand that every meeting will be televised and that participation, they're wide open. So community participation is not only welcome, but it's encouraged. So I feel this is a good makeup, and I would like to move forward with this.
All right, Mr. Binder?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Because we have, and I like our group, I like all 14 of us. I guess it means I like myself, I don't know. But we have a good council. I was mentioning to a few council members before the meeting that we created a Simple Solutions Committee. I'm bringing that up now because General Ernst was a member as a citizen. Ms. Donna McDonald, who's here tonight, was a member as a citizen. I'm right about that, Donna? I think as a citizen. We had 4 members. We had other citizen members. Mr. Jones, David Jones, I believe, was with CCST, was a citizen. And another one that escapes my mind right now. But we also had developers. Jeff, you could probably help me out a little bit on this. The gentleman, the developer from the design engineering firm at the last exit.
Sean Burke.
Chris Jean was on it. Sean Burks was on it. And who was the gentleman from the far west, does digital engineering, or?
Mike Soche.
Mike Soche. And we had one other one. Who was that? Lee Domingue was the other citizen. Here was the point I'm making, and I never had a lot of time to make it, but I'm going to use a little bit of time to make this. I think that those of us who are here would agree that we're involved in it. We had 4 citizens, we had 4 members of the home builders / development community, and we had 5 or 6 council members. It was very refreshing to see how the citizens and the developers and the council all learn from one another. I think that's a fair statement. That we also respected one another in terms of that person's place and reason for being on the Simple Solutions Committee. We named it Simple Solutions Committee, and I'll end here, simply because we were trying to get taken care of the simple solutions that we could immediately recommend to the whole council. This is going to be a recommendation as well. Then the whole council referred it to the zoning commission. It came back with overwhelming support from them, and we approved it by the council. And no knock on the UDC, but we're still working with the big picture, a big picture. All we dealt with was the former planet Pluto, the small one, but we got those things accomplished. So my point is simply this. Let's not be afraid of how many citizens versus how many elected officials versus how many representatives from the development community are on it. We have to pick good people, and we need to then start talking with one another. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rowling?
Yes, Chair, thank you. I appreciate that. Just real quick, I know Councilman Postada, I totally agree with you, the makeup portion of this. You know, one thing I think the public has to understand, and also our council has to understand, you know, last fall, the citizens of St. Tammany made a sweeping change to this council, 9 new members out of 14. They have faith in us to make the right decisions to move this parish forward. So again, all of us are citizens that are going to go ahead and sit on this commission. So that being said, I mean, the makeup of 4 councilmen, 5 citizens, which is great, but every single person on here is still a citizen, if they're a business owner or they are a resident just going to work every day. So that being said, I mean, I think we getting the citizen thing really confused here, because we all citizens. This council was elected by the people to do a good job and be a spokesman, you know, for this parish to move it to the future. Thank you.
Mr. Kugel?
Joe, if you could correct me if I'm wrong, I think, we've been talking about this because I know this is a priority for you. And one of the things, I do believe that the amendments that are being introduced tonight, both removing the two meeting a month requirement and letting the South set their own schedule, and also the first meeting being in January, were due to our discussions. So I think that's a reasonable, I know they're concerned, like we don't want to start this immediately because we've got a lot of other priorities. My understanding is with these amendments, the first meeting will be in January, and it is up to whatever the commission, the charter committee, to set its schedule. So I'm fine with that.
All right. And Mr. Smith?
Has there been a motion to move on these amendments?
No, sir.
I'll make one.
All right. And second by Mr. Impastato. Seeing no more lights, let's please vote your machines. And this is on the amendment. Mm-hmm. All right.
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
She's sorry. Okay, and now I need a motion and Mr. Impastato and Mr. Burke to reintroduce.
No, to adopt.
To adopt. To adopt? Oh, I'm sorry, to adopt. Do you need to speak? No, that should be a nay. A nay? Yeah. Okay.
I wanted more citizens. I'm sorry. Okay.
Okay.
So with a verbal nay from Ms. O'Brien, the motion passes with 11 yeas, 1 nay, and 2 absent.
Gotcha. And now we need to vote.
Now you need to vote to adopt it.
Now we're going to vote for the adoption of the amended resolution.
We need everybody to vote.
Everybody check your machines.
The motion passes with 11 yeas, 1 nay, and 2 absent.
Okay, you go first. All right, so that concludes the consent calendar and the items pulled. Now we move on to appeals. Each side is allowed 10 minutes to present their case and 3 minutes for rebuttal. A 2-minute conclusion per side may be allowed if questions are asked by the council. Number 1, Deer Crossing, LLC. Mr. Greg Intravia, member appealing the Zoning Commission denial on June 4th, 2024 for a major amendment to the 23.28 acres for the Deer Crossing Plan Unit Development located at the southwest intersection of Interstate 12 and LA Highway 1085 across from Perry Lou Road, Madisonville. This is in Ward 1, District 4. Mr. Marone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. Paul Marone on behalf of Deer Crossing LLC. This PUD, which is subject to the proposed amendment this evening, was actually approved in 2016. We received preliminary approval in May of 2016, which allowed us to construct the PUD. Later, at the end of 2016, Entergy came through looking to bring a new transmission line into St. Tammany Parish. This property fronts and abuts I-12, where Highway 1085 goes over the interstate. When we had originally had this approved and laid out our PUD, we had kept a 50-foot no-cut buffer along the interstate. When Entergy came through and said they needed a servitude for their transmission line, they said they needed to take 120 feet of the property. My clients fought that for an extended period of time, but ultimately, through their power of expropriation, there really was nothing that we could do other than we did get them to reduce the area that they were taking down to 50 feet. That resulted in them taking a 50-foot servitude over the same ground where we had our 50-foot no-cut buffer. Entergy promptly cleared that buffer, and as you drive down I-12 coming east, you have probably seen that power line coming in from Tangipahoa Parish that crosses our property and has cleared our buffer. The subdivision is complete. We are in the position of being ready to ask for final subdivision approval. However, we have to deal with the mitigation of the loss of this buffer. I want to be clear. My client didn't clear the buffer. My client didn't want the buffer cleared. My client fought to prevent that.
Be that as it may, that buffer is gone, and Entergy has taken it down for their power line. So we have been working over the last many months, I would say, gosh, maybe 4 or 5 months, if not more, with staff, with Councilperson Seiden, with members of the Planning and Zoning Commission, with various groups trying to figure out what we can do to try to properly mitigate the loss of that buffer, given the circumstances that we're in and where we are at this point. It is that mitigation issue for that buffer that brings us here this evening. And I'm pleased to say that after all of these meetings and a lot of back and forth suggestions and proposals, I believe that we have reached a consensus of what the mitigation can be and should be, and that's what I'd like to lay out for you this evening. First, the lots 19 through 41 that actually abut this new Entergy servitude have been converted to garden home lots. That was a suggestion from the staff and from Ms. Seiden's office, because that reduces the footprint of the lot and it creates some green space area behind the lots and next to that buffer, next to that servitude. In that green space area, we are creating a 10-foot green space planting servitude along the edge of the Entergy servitude. That buffer in servitude is being created on the final plat as well as on the PUD plan that is being amended. That servitude will run in favor of not only the homeowners association but also in favor of the parish. Inside of that 10-foot servitude area, we will plant 47 Class A trees and 127 large evergreen shrubs. When I say shrub, don't think azalea, think wax myrtle type, verbinum, things that get 15, 20 feet tall and are very thick and produce a very good buffer. That planting will then allow help with sight, noise, and safety issues that have arisen as a result of the buffer being taken away. These plantings will be done in an agreed upon sequence pursuant to a landscape plan that we have had commissioned by a licensed landscape architect and that has been submitted to the parish. Now, there are going to be a few amendments to that I'm going to get to, but it will be a stamped licensed landscape plan from an architect. That plan will have the species and caliper of these plantings. And then on the inside of all of those plantings, so you'll have the servitude that it's been cleared, you'll have this thick planting area, then we will construct an 8-foot wooden fence the entire length of the back adjacent to lots 19 through 41. On the PUD plan, we will have language that requires the HOA to maintain, repair, and replace all of the plantings and that fence. If the HOA were to fail to fulfill their obligations, then it would fall to the homeowners. That language will not only be on the PUD plan, it will be in the restrictive covenants and will be in the deeds of those lots as requested by the parish. No occupancy permit will be granted for lots 19 through 41 until all of these plantings have been in place, the fence has been constructed, and it has been inspected and approved by St. Tammany Parish. Finally, we have agreed that all of the homes to be built on lots 19 through 41 will have double pane windows with solid foam core fiberglass rear exterior doors and fiberglass insulation throughout the exterior walls. All of those items that I mentioned are captured on the revised PUD plan that has been submitted and the landscape plan. This afternoon, I received some additional comments from the staff with some additional suggestions, which we are committing to you this evening that we will comply with as well. All very reasonable, all very good suggestions. I'd like to just read those briefly into the record with the understanding that they will be incorporated in, and we will make sure that our plans reflect these that are going into the record this evening. The first is that The shrubs, the plant schedule will be revised so that the shrubs that I mentioned will be evergreen. We had proposed wax myrtle. That is not an evergreen. We will come back with a suitable evergreen replacement. Also, on the landscape plan, we will provide the height and caliber of each proposed shrub and tree species to be planted. So that will be identified on the landscape plan. There is a note on the landscape plan that identifies the trees and the shrubs, and then it says tree sizes and varieties are based on availability, which is sort of a standard landscape architect language. The parish has asked us to remove that for obvious reasons, and we will remove that from the plan. And then finally, the 8-foot fence that I mentioned, the staff has suggested that we cap that fence on the ends of lots 19 and 41 so that it will provide a better look. It won't just be a flat fence, and it'll provide a little bit of safety issues. So there's some additional fencing on each end, and we will comply with that, and that will also be on the PUD plan. I know that's a mouthful. We have worked very hard over these months to try to figure out how to deal with mitigation of a situation that, quite frankly, we wish we had never been in. The parish wishes they had never been in. But I do want to thank Ms. Seiden for her efforts. I want to thank Ross and his staff, who have been very diligent and working with us to try to find a resolution, and the engineering staff, because they were involved as well. But I believe that the plan before us tonight makes the best out of an unfortunate circumstance. And I urge you to support that, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that any of the council members may have at the appropriate time. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, sir. What's next?
The cards.
This one? Okay, next we have John Gaines.
Members of the council, John Gaines, live at 320 Deerfield Road, Folsom, Louisiana, and I'm coming before you tonight just as a free citizen. I did observe the parish council meeting that heard the Deer Crossing request for the change of their PUD agreement. There was several staff recommendations which they did not choose to adhere to, and were asking for waivers. Now, part of the process is that they come before the parish planning and zoning committee, and then we make that committee makes a recommendation to the parish council. They came before you to appeal that decision, but yet they've come back with a new plan, but that has not been reviewed by the Planning and Zoning Commission. So the only thing that I ask you to do tonight is to consider resubmitting or sending this case back to the Planning and Zoning Commission so that they can review it, review the staff recommendations, and then make a proper recommendation to the parish council. I think that's the proper order of things. Right now, this is out of order, as the parish, the Planning and Zoning Commission has not reviewed any of the new plans or mediation requirements that they've introduced. This is just something that is outside of our knowledge. What I would say is the timing on this subdivision, it is basically complete. So, but my question is that why, if the Entergy easement was known many years in advance, why would they wait to the last minute until it was complete to make a recommendation to adjust the PUD? That is a question. Why not do it years in advance? And if it took several years, they could have done it before the final recommendation. It's just these are just things that are taken out of order. We need to review what the final plan is. It is the duty of the Planning and Zoning Commission to consider the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens that are going to be living in that subdivision before it is approved, and it's our duty to make a recommendation to the parish council. Thank you very much.
Okay. So Kay Courier, did I say that right? Close.
Thank you. My name is Kay Career, very close, and I'm here representing the enforcement monitors who are written into the deed of Deer Crossing. Over the last 8 years, we have worked closely and sometimes adversarially, sometimes friendly with Paul and his group, trying to bring Deer Crossing to fruition, but in a way that would not harm the rest of the homeowners on Haino Road and also in the other subdivisions that I believe now are covered by Mr. Smith over there with Marty Dean's breaking up of his area that he had. I'm here to say that I don't think it's ready yet. I agree that it needs to go back to zoning. These improvements that Paul talked about are definitely an improvement. However, there's still a concern that we have for the sustainability, because although he did mention, which we approve, trying to take it to the homeowners association and having them be a part of the monitoring and that kind of thing of it, what's going to happen to this subdivision that's going to be entry-level people coming in or retirees? They're not going to have a lot of extra money. And if the homeowners association cannot keep up with the trees that die or with the fence that falls apart or somebody runs into it or it gets termites and that kind of thing, it's going to fall apart. So our concern is the sustainability and how this will happen. All right. Thank you very much, sir. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. All right, Mr. They have a 3-minute rebuttal. Mr. Moreau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With all due respect, if every time there is a change or a modification after something leaves the Planning or Zoning Commission and comes to the council, who is the final arbiter? The final arbiter are you guys. If every time there is a change between planning and zoning and this council, you will put the business community in a merry-go-round they will never get off of. That is, it is absolutely not necessary. It is part of the process that the planning and zoning has an opportunity to review and make a recommendation. But the decision is with you. The decision is with you. No matter what planning and zoning says, no matter what planning and zoning does, you make the decisions. Doesn't mean that it's unimportant what planning and zoning says, but we have gone through that step in the process. And respectfully, we are at the point where a decision needs to be made. We have met ad nauseum. We were in a meeting on Friday afternoon with 10 or 15 people, I think, from the commission, the council, planning and zoning, engineering, to discuss this and to try to come to a final resolution, which I believe we have. And I believe that you are the body that makes this decision, and I urge you to make that decision tonight. With regards to Ms. Kay's comments about sustainability, I respect that and I understand that. There are obligations throughout the language, and I touched on that, to repair, replace, and maintain not only the fence, but all of the plantings. So the developer, while the developer is there, has that responsibility. When the developer leaves, that becomes the responsibility of the homeowners association. If the homeowners association fails, it becomes the obligation of the individual homeowners who are next to any damaged portion of the fence or the plantings. Those are the layers that are already built into this. And quite frankly, much of this, you know, what we need to, it is the beginning stages. It is getting the sustainability for these plantings to be in place. The trees that are going to die are probably going to die in the first year or two. After we have a stand of trees, then their survivability will be much better. And we have discussed that, we have been over those issues, and we have addressed those in the language that is already in this amendment. So I urge you to allow this amendment to be approved, to take place, so that we can move beyond this issue. Thank you very much for your consideration.
All right, so we have 3 minutes rebuttal on the other side.
So one of the staff recommendations during the first final approval, when they asked for waivers for the subdivision or this PUD and the removal of the buffer zone, the first recommendation was a sound wall. 10 feet of extra buffer is not a sound wall. The second was the reinforcement of the homes along the affected area to include steel studs and a brick veneer on the exterior of the house. None of that was mentioned. I just feel that there's a lot of shortcuts that are being taken, and it requires additional review. I understand that the planning department has been involved. I understand that, the developer has been talking with various, planning members, but all of that follows through with a decision or a recommendation that's given by the Planning and Zoning Committee. That's why I recommend that you refer this back to the Planning and Zoning Committee for review. If everything is in order and the health, safety, and welfare, the citizens are being upheld by the recommendations or the additional mitigating factors that the developer is putting in place, then we will approve that and send you a recommendation for approval. That is what the job of the Planning and Zoning Commission is for. The servitude that was put in place and the buffer that was removed, that buffer was originally included in the PUD, and it was never removed from that PUD until they requested a waiver at the final stage of the development. They were paid by Entergy for that servitude. It was asked during the zoning commission meeting whether those funds were available for the sound wall or the reinforcement of the homes along the affected area. The statement was that they were cost prohibitive. Well, let's evaluate that. Let's see what's cost prohibitive. Were any costs put forth for any of those options that were original recommendations by the staff? I just think this requires some further investigation and approval by the Planning and Zoning Commission. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Kay, we have 30 more seconds. Did you want to say anything else?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I just want to concur with what this nice man said, and also ask you as homeowners to imagine 5 years down the road, 8 years down the road, when you're coming over the interstate right there, okay, on Bootlegger Road, and you're looking at this stand of trees, hopefully, a fence that may be falling down. Is that really what you want for the look of St. Tammany? And is that really what all the homeowners who have lots of property and value think that they want to determine? Thank you.
Thank you, Miss. All right. Closing it to the appellants and bringing it back to the council. Mr. Kugel.
I just had a question for Emily. What's before us is to concur or not concur. Does someone need to make a motion if it's to refer it back for, as Mr. Gaines has talked about, or is it, what is the procedure if that's decided?
Sure. So I have repeatedly advised this council that there is no mechanism by which you all can refer a case back to the Zoning Commission on appeal. And with all due respect to Mr. Gaines, I do believe that this is properly before the Parish Council under Section 12090. I think you all have the authority on this appeal of this PUD amendment to decide tonight whether to concur with the zoning denial or to override the zoning denial. So I do not think it would be proper to refer this back to the Zoning Commission.
And if concurred, does the process just have to start over at the Zoning Commission, or they're able to?
Right. So if you all concurred with the denial, it would then be back in the hands of the developer to come up with a new plan to submit that as a revised amendment that would then go back to the Zoning Commission for their consideration.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Smith.
Okay, thank you. We did have a meeting about a week ago. I believe it was last Friday. It was well attended by staff. It was well attended. We had some planning commissioners, myself, Ms. Seiden. The reason I was interested in it, it abuts my district also. And is the lady, I forget your name, I'm sorry, I apologize, said, you know, what do we want it to look like? Have you looked at it right now? After Entergy got through there, it doesn't look pretty. You can see the swing sets and the basketball goals from the interstate. And when I watched the P&Z meeting on this case, if I'm not mistaken, it was really about the health, welfare, and safety. It was about the concerns of maybe an 18-wheeler running off of the interstate through the fence into these people's homes. I think that the mitigation of that buffer zone by putting these Class A trees, numerous, and I, off the top of my head, I forgot the number of them. Mr. Marone, are you still someplace around? 48 hardwood trees, 47. My question to you is this. I believe that if those trees have an opportunity to grow and mature, that's going to be a pretty nice safety buffer, in my opinion. Big, solid trees, almost 50 trees, 47 trees. My question is this. During the first few years, when a tree, because I've planted trees at my house and I've killed them accidentally, okay, didn't do the right things. Who's responsible during the first few years of nurturing these trees that are newly planted?
That would be the obligation of the developer and the homeowners association.
And for how long?
Well, in perpetuity, they have the obligation. The developer, while he is still there and owns anything, and the homeowners association in perpetuity.
What I have to say is, as that meeting last week concluded, I went there thinking, you know, I'm always giving the benefit of the doubt to the Planning and Zoning Commission. That's just the way I feel. That doesn't mean I'm going to agree with them 100% of the time, okay? Some adjustments have been made, so as a member of the P&Z said, maybe it should go back, but I don't think it's appropriate for it to go back now. I believe they made their recommendations. I got a good feel as to why they didn't approve it. The changes that they made, the staff reviewed it, Council Lady Seiden reviewed it, I reviewed it, a couple of members of the Planning Commission reviewed it. We all agreed that that was a very good change and that it met all of our concerns. We left that meeting feeling like this is a good alternative to the original plan before Entergy wiped out the buffer zone. With that being said, there's a lot of other things for this development that they will have to meet down the road. But when we're addressing tonight the buffer zone, I'm very content and satisfied with what's been presented. Thank you.
Next up, Councilwoman Casabon.
Yes, I'd like to make a comment that I did watch, and I want to encourage all my council friends to, if you cannot attend, not attend, but be able to watch the council, the planning and zoning meetings. There's a lot that goes on and stuff, but it helps you understand, and you listen to what their problems they have with subdivisions, and they take the problems are different people have different things that they want done. At that point, I think that's when the developers, planning and permits and Ross and everybody gets together, and that's what they've done here. They've worked on that. I watched the first meeting, and it was, I think, a lot of, I think maybe there was only 4 councilmen there, or commissioners there, that were appointed before and kind of knew the ropes. The rest of them were new to it, so they kind of listened to the other ones. But I agree that we take the recommendations of the planning and zoning, but just as that, as a recommendation. Many changes take place between what the planning and zoning says and what we find out as a commission, as a councilman, what their concerns were, and that's what we take back to the developer. And more times than not, that's how they come up with a solution. This one has been hashed out. On that first meeting, there was a lot of other things brought up besides just this, and that should not have happened. This was totally on this buffer. I feel like one of the commissioners made a statement in that is that when people, if they feel that uncomfortable about living next to the interstate, you know, they wouldn't buy there if they know. But yes, we have to protect them. But I think that a plan has been worked out, and Councilwoman has sat in on it. I too do not believe this needs to go back to planning and zoning, and I'll second it. Second your motion.
We don't have a,
Did he made a? Oh, you didn't make it. Oh,
well, wait, no. We have a procedure. Right.
I thought you did.
He did not. All right.
Okay.
So, do you would like to make a motion, Ms. Casvon? You have
you make the motion.
no.
No,
I'm sorry, y'all.
I did not need to make. I was seconding it. I thought he made.
He had not. Did you want? Because this can get us into a procedural problem.
Okay.
Do you want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Okay. So we have a motion.
A motion for what?
For what?
To overturn the planning and zoning.
Okay.
Denied.
Thank you.
And can I just make a suggestion?
Yes.
I would suggest that you make your motion to, I would suggest that you make your motion to override that decision, subject to the staff's comments on the landscape plan that was just
Correct.
received today. And those comments, while we're into the record, I believe there may be some discrepancies between Ms. Cook's comments and what was run to the record. So if you could make that motion to override, subject to staff's comments and approval of that landscape plan.
All right. Thank you. So we have a motion. We also have a whole bunch of councilmen with their lights on. All right. So if you wish to speak, press your button, and it's put in keyed into order. Mr. Bender, and then Ross.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I see Mr. Weiner and Mr. Marone both shaking their heads yes, based upon what Ms. Emily was saying. So therefore, I guess I'll ask them both. Mr. Weiner.
Yes, sir.
You seem to be agreeing with Ms. Emily's comments about subject to.
Yes.
Okay. And I was watching Mr. Marone. Mr. Marone, you seem to be shaking your head yes.
So
I don't want to take that as
essentially
good with it.
Essentially what happened is,
I'll ask you in a minute.
So essentially what happened was, on staff comments, it states that the wax myrtle is the only Class A tree that is on the landscape plan. Okay. And I believe Mr. Marone, when he was at the podium, stated that the wax myrtle was not the Class A.
Evergreen.
The evergreen, correct. So we want to make sure that staff's comments are that the wax myrtle is a good Class A evergreen tree, and I believe Mr. Marone stated that it wasn't. So I just want to get that clear, if I misheard as well.
Okay. Mr. Marone?
It's clear as mud, and I apologize because I did confuse that. The staff comment was that the wax myrtle is an evergreen, but it was the only evergreen, and that the other trees that we had proposed were not evergreens, and that they should be evergreens, and we agree to that. So I apologize. I misstated that when I was trying to read without my glasses. So my apologies.
Not a problem.
Attorneys speak much better than planners, so.
Yeah, you know, Ross, I just wanted to assume that this meant yes from both of y'all. That's all. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, after hearing all of this, and I happened to be in the council office during some discussion on this as well with Mr. Rick Smith was talking about it. And of course, because it's far from my district, my ears were wide open. I'm gonna vote to override the zoning commission's decision.
Okay. Mr. Kugel? I'm sorry, Mr. Phillips.
Let me see, Ross. I had to step out for a minute. I might have missed this question. So you all got to review the plan? I thought I heard that it hadn't come in yet today or whatever.
We, you know, Mr. Marone said he got staff comments. Well, the plan came in at 3 o'clock this afternoon, and we got those comments and those reviews out. So yeah, we've reviewed it, and staff provide comments, which Mr. Marone read into the record. I've emailed them to Emily. I've emailed them to Councilman Smith. So yeah, we got it reviewed, and we have no objection.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Marone, I got to ask the question that the gentleman over there brought up. Why did it take so long to get back to the with the answer about Entergy?
So we were under construction when this all happened, and quite frankly, my clients didn't realize that they had to amend the PUD because they hadn't cleared the buffer. Entergy had cleared the buffer through their right of eminent domain, and so we just didn't realize that and it was still a no build area. It was still a buffer, but now it was not a no cut buffer. So we quite frankly just did not know, Mr. Phillips, that we needed to do that until we got to the very end. So that was just a lack of knowledge on our part because of how the events transpired.
Mr. Kugel?
Mr. Gaines, I just had a quick question for you. You've heard the I guess, mitigation or response measures they've taken, but I'm guessing you still don't agree that that's sufficient. If you could just...
Well, the 50-foot no-cut buffer contained how many 100-foot, 125-foot pine trees? I mean, the size of the trees and everything. So if you're standing in the middle of the subdivision, you can feel the 18-wheelers going by. So what is going to happen to the homeowner who buys the house? And sure, you know, you could say that, well, they know they're buying next to the interstate, sure, but you know, it's incumbent upon us, and we did mention a lot of health and safety in regards to analyzing the subdivision. If this subdivision was put before us now in the preliminary stage at that location with the trees all cut down, it would never get approved. So what do we do? I know we're at the final stage, but what do we do? We had 125-foot trees there, and now there's none. You know, a wax myrtle. I don't know if you guys have ever seen a wax myrtle. I live out in the country. I had several on my farm. They get about 12 feet high. So
and the old ones were 100 feet.
Yeah, I mean, you can look all down the interstate and see where the trees were, what the status of the trees on each side of the subdivision are. They're large pine trees. So this is not something that a wax myrtle is going to, you know, ascertain or is going to create the same kind of buffer that those trees originally did.
And you think this would, I think you mentioned this, be a safety issue as well? If you could just expound on that.
Well, there's many, you know, if you look at any of the subdivisions which border the interstate in New Orleans, what do they have? They have sound walls.
Yeah.
There's a large concrete sound wall that prevents the vibration and the sound of the interstate from penetrating into the house. Can you imagine sleeping in your bedroom at night and hearing 18-wheelers, having your kids sleeping in their bedrooms, hearing 18-wheelers going by all night long? What is that going to do to the mental state of those people? This is a health issue. It's not just an 18-wheeler coming off of the interstate and running through an 8-foot wooden fence and a few shrubs. You know, it's the sound and the vibration. That's why the staff originally and I understand the staff has different recommendations at this point. We're not privy to any of those recommendations, other than what the very skeletal description of what was described tonight.
Real quick, Emily, the recommendations we're talking about are just recommendations. They're not mandates, correct? The staff recommendations?
No,
these would be mandated. They would be part of
Okay.
the PUD plat and part of the landscape plan that basically becomes the law of development for this particular PUD.
Okay. I think that's all the question I have. And sorry, everybody. Ross, if I'm just trying to get, I mean, I live in a similar situation to this where I do hear these things, and a lot of people in this parish live close enough to where they understand the impact just huge trucks have just going throughout the night. Or I live actually close to the interstate. And there is, until I actually lived there, I didn't really understand what noise pollution is, but it is a real thing. I mean, just your response to his concerns, please. You know, diplomatically.
This is a zoning issue, and is the replanting plan appropriate for the location? And staff has no objection to the replanting plan and for the design of the garden homes along those 20 lots.
Okay. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Kugel. I'm going to make a comment on this one before we go on to the next council person. I drove out to this place, and the first thing you got to ask yourself is, how did this happen? You can't see that this should have happened. There's trees just wiped out. This subdivision is next to the interstate. No fence, nothing there. And a fence was built later, and it's not enough. Mr. Kugel, I was in your district the other day working as a realtor, because that's what I do for my 9 to 5, trying to sell something in Bonterra. And it was one that faced the interstate. So as soon as I walked out the back door, the house is gorgeous, and then I hear zoom, zoom. And at least we still had all the natural trees, and we had a height difference. So theoretically, a car could not easily run off the road and crash into this neighborhood. But if you go out there, you can just foresee this something happening and endangering the residents, or the people who buy these garden homes. So I think we have to be very careful. Our Planning and Zoning Commission has denied this, and I think we need to concur. All right, Mr. Rowling.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know Ms. Casabon is probably going to make a motion shortly on this. And if you would, after she makes that motion, before we vote, just to go through what a yay means and a nay means, please.
Okay. Emily, would you?
Do we have a second?
We do not have a second yet.
So right now, there has been a motion to override the zoning commission's denial by Ms. Casabon. There's not yet a second on that motion. No, there's a second.
Mr.
So that
Smith?
is the motion that will be taken up. So to override the zoning commission's denial, it's the denial of the amendment to the PUD plan. So if the council can votes yes to override, that means that they can move forward with the amendment to the PUD to put up the 8-foot privacy fence and the landscape plan as presented to staff. A no vote would mean that the amendment to the PUD is not approved, in which case the developer would need to come back with a new plan to be presented to staff, the zoning commission, and then potentially the parish council. That's a no vote.
Yep. All right, we have a motion and a second. Seeing no more lights, please vote. Joe?
The motion passes with 8 yeas.
That's not enough.
It's for a majority of the whole.
You're right. The motion fails with 8 yeas.
It's 8. 8 is passage.
No, to override. No, to concur a simple majority, to override a majority vote of the entire council.
A simple majority to concur would have been 7 votes, since we have 13 members present. Since we have 14 members, to override requires a majority vote of the entire council. Majority of the 14 members would be 8, so therefore the motion passes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, legal. All right, do you need a second?
Yes, 1 second.
All right.
And then we'll need an introduction of an ordinance.
Okay.
Okay. All right, I'm good. Now you need to introduction of an ordinance.
Councilwoman Casabon, would you make a motion to introduce? And Matt, can I get a second? Mr. Smith? And do we need to vote? All right. All righty. Moving on. You ready? Okay. Moving on to appeal number 2. Bruce Cox, Always in His Presence LLC, appealing the zoning commission denial on July 2nd, 2024 to rezone 1.15 acres of land, more or less, located on the northwest corner of Louisiana Highway 59 and Sharp Road, Mandeville, from its existing A3 suburban district to a Highway Commercial District 2, Ward 4, District 4. Yep. Okay. Mr. Cox? Good evening, sir. You have 10 minutes.
Good evening. Thank you. First of all, I just wanted to say whoever led the opening prayer, it was a heartfelt prayer, and a wonderful, wonderful, beautiful prayer. One thing I want to say, I've met with some of the homeowners of the DeVal Estate subdivision, and I've agreed to withdraw my request for HC2 and amend it to NC4. That being said, I'm open to whatever zoning that you all allow me. There's nothing on Highway 59 that's commercial that has a lower zoning than NC4. The property is located on one of the busiest corners on Olive Highway 59. As of 2005, there were 5,766 cars a day coming down Sharp Road at Highway 59. As of 2023, 17,852 vehicles per day travel in front of this property, for a total of 23,618 cars per day traveling in front of my property based on the DOT's latest traffic count. Keep in mind that the Sharp Road count was back in 2005 and has dramatically increased over the last 20 years or so since the last traffic count, making it closer to 30,000 vehicles a day. This traffic count is one of the busiest corners on Olive Highway 59. In comparison, Lonesome Road only has 461 vehicles per day more than 59 and Sharp. The property is a hard corner with close to 30,000 vehicles a day. It's a perfect location for any business looking for great exposure, visibility, and convenience. This is exactly what businesses are looking for. If any of you have owned or ran a business before, you know that the most important thing is location, location, location. High traffic counts with great visibility and access is exactly what you're looking for. You could be offered a poor location for free rent, and you'd most likely not accept it if the location wasn't a viable location. But if it was an extremely high and viable location, you wouldn't have a problem paying higher rent because of the fact that you know that you would have a busy corner. Who opens businesses off the beaten path with no exposure and no traffic? This commercial demand for this property wouldn't be so high if it wasn't a viable location. I've had commercial interest from restaurants, banks, CVS, medical offices, a church, but never has anyone came to me and wanted to purchase a property for construction of a home. Now let's suppose we all agree that the best use of this property would not be a single-family home with a roundabout in your front yard. Once we can eliminate the best use of this property as residential, then we can look more specifically as to what is the best use. And if you're being honest, I don't think the opposition truly believes itself that the best use is for somebody to build a single-family home with a roundabout in their front yard and to tell the kids, go outside and play, just be careful of the roundabout in the front yard. This property is 854 feet from the end of the roundabout to the new development, which is zoned HC3 for an 80,000 square foot grocery store strip center, and it abuts Twin Oaks subdivision. It was HC2 and it came before the council and got rezoned to HC3 to increase the square footage from a 60,000 square foot building to an 80,000 square foot building. And keep in mind, this property that I have is 500 feet of highway frontage. Less than twice the length of my property is where they're building an HC3 80,000 square foot shopping center. I'm a huge fan of roundabouts, just not in my front yard. I own property on Highway 1088 that fronts Forest Brook subdivision, and it's due for construction of a roundabout, and it's already zoned commercial and has less than a third of the traffic at Highway 59 with about 9,000 vehicles a day. This property, again, has 30,000 cars per day going by. Plain and simple, it's a busy commercial corridor. Highways are designed and well-suited for commercial. In fact, every hard corner in St. Tammany Parish at every traffic light or roundabout is zoned commercial except for this property. I cannot imagine a parent building a home on this property and telling their children, go outside and play, but be careful of the roundabout. Can any one of you on this council imagine moving your home to this property and living there and raising a family? I'm asking a serious question when I actually had to consider it. Even if you didn't own it, would you as parents allow your children to go there and play ball at a friend's house if a friend lived there? The soccer ball rolls onto the highway, and it's dangerous, and it's not a joking matter. It's a commercial corridor. Many of you have expressed that they are not aware. Many of you have expressed that they were not aware that it wasn't already commercial. Raising a family and telling your children to go out and play, just be careful of the roundabout in the front yard, is exactly what the opposition believes, and that is unimaginable and unconscionable to think that that was what that property should be used for. Why should this commercial corridor not be commercial? It is consistent with the 2040 comprehensive study suggesting commercial zoning. Thank you, and I reserve my unused time for rebuttal.
Thank you. We have 5 cards. First up is Robert McAllister, and y'all have a collective 10 minutes. So.
Good evening, Council. I live in Duval Estates, and so I would be directly affected by this zone change. I spoke at the zoning meeting about a couple of reasons. I'll just highlight one of them. The eminent domain that took over this land for the circle made the shape of this very odd. So by zoning this commercial, you're looking at an entrance and exit onto one of the busiest roundabouts that has just been paid for, which would, as I've mentioned before, cause traffic up and down. That would be one reason. First, this was a residential lot when Mr. Cox bought it. It has always been residential. All of the properties surrounding it are residential. And so buying land and then getting a zoning change is a business strategy. As you've already heard, he specifically mentioned money and people that are interested in it. But getting a zoning change so that you can then sell it when you had bought it at residential is an arbitrage opportunity that I believe might be there. So just in closing, while Mr. Cox does have rights, so do we. And so we all purchased homes when it was residential. And so this would permanently and negatively affect 6 to 7 of us property owners, including me, by taking a residential lot. And, unfortunately, the eminent domain took a large chunk of it. But still, that doesn't mean we should make this commercial and negatively impact the property values of 6 to 7 houses inside of Duval Estates. So for that reason, I ask that you deny his claim to overturn. Thank you.
Thank you. Peggy, is it Bennett or Benoit?
Yeah, but I'm going to let somebody else speak.
All righty. Chris Jordan? Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Chris Jordan. I've been a resident in Duval for over 20 years. At the time Mr. Cox bought this property, there was a house on the corner. Since that time, he has never once put that property up for sale with a real estate agent. That's been for 24 years. So for him to say that he has had this property on the market and had all these offers, I don't know where that's coming from. Secondly, when the parish adopted comprehensive zoning, this corner was zoned single-family residential. It has always been zoned single-family residential. All 4 lots of that intersection are part of Duval Estates. We are a subdivision. That plat is filed with the parish. We do have covenants and deed restrictions. The deed restrictions specifically state the only use of these properties is as a single-family residence. Mr. Cox lives in a deed-restricted subdivisions, Hunter's Glen. So if our deed restrictions don't apply, neither do his. Some of the other things with the zoning are highest and best use. There are 8 single-family residences that directly abut or across the street from this property. Changing that zoning would specifically be a spot zoning. The only person who would benefit is Mr. Cox. I may be a little wrong on this, but spot zoning is something that is directly frowned upon by planning and zoning commissions. Am I wrong, Mr. Gaines? All right. He talks about Zapardos. That land was always zoned highway commercial. It was changed from HC2 to HC2A, not 3. For many of you who haven't lived here for long enough, that was a grocery store there originally. It was Brumfield's grocery store. So that's a consistent use on that property. Let's see here. He says that no one ever wants to live on Highway 59. Since he bought the property, there's been over 20 closed residential sales in Duval on Highway 59. There were 7 vacant lots that have been sold. 4 of them sold after the last time he was denied his zoning change petition. There were 4 residential homes built on that. The residences addresses are 3358, 3376, 3448, and 3474 Highway 59. They have been 100% occupied since that time. 3 other lots were also sold and homes were built on: 3158, 3182, and 3210 Highway 59. The last sales price of those houses combined is over $1 million. They sold at over $300 and something thousand per house. There is currently a house in Duval on the south side of Highway 59 on the southeast side, and it is under contract with a list price of $419,900. Let's see, 3158 Highway 59 is currently on the market, and they have it listed at $450,000. So where this thing comes from, nobody will live on this highway, is beyond me. I mean, he has never put the property on the market. He has never offered it for sale. To come up here and say that it doesn't, nobody wants to buy it, he's never offered it. So he spoke right now and said that he has spoken to the homeowners in Duval Estates and nobody has a problem, or these people don't have a problem with it. Who did you speak to, Mr. Cox? Because it was nobody here.
Sir, you will address the council.
All right. He has claimed that he has a petition with a majority of the homeowners in Duval agreeing to allow him to remove his lots from Duval. He has never produced this petition, and we would like to see it and see the signatures and the names on it and have that verified. He has always claimed also that he is not a part of Duval Estates. He is. His legal description really specifically states that he is, and he is subject to the covenants and deed restrictions of our subdivision. I respectfully ask you to decline his request.
Thank you, sir. Albert? Thank you.
My name's Albert Papalardo. I live on 181 Highland Drive in Duval Estates. Chris did a real good job of outlining the fact that people do want to live in Duval Estates on Highway 59. There's been, like you said, 20 sales since he bought the property. We're not denying him the right to make money, but sell them as the covenants and restrictions say to sell them as residential. There are people that are doing that. There are 5 lots here. He likes to claim it's 1 lot that's close to an acre or a little over an acre. These are 5 lots. Even the zoning commission said at the meeting, these are 5 lots, and individually, none of them qualify for the HC2. I don't know where this NC4 is coming up, and I don't even know procedurally, and maybe Ms. Cuvion can tell us whether or not he can come in here and ask for a different zoning change than was originally denied at the zoning meeting, or whether or not he needs to go back to the zoning meeting and ask for an NC4. I don't know. I'll give time to other people. It's Mr. Cox, he doesn't care about the people or the neighborhood. The last time I was here at the zoning commission meeting, 1 hour and 17 minutes into it, if you'd like to watch, he talked about the character of Duval, because he could see the handwriting on the wall of the zoning meeting, and then, and I quote, he mentioned that it had 3 trailer houses in it. And, that's a dismissive remark to people that, I guess, if you live in a trailer home or not a rich neighborhood like him, then you don't get the same protections as a resident. In his mind, I don't know. The council can ask him. But there are a lot of us in this neighborhood who have been against this. It's the 4th time he's coming to do it. He bought them as residential lots. He cleared them, and now he's trying to make them commercial. And, if he wanted to make them commercial and he hadn't cleared them, y'all probably would have had problems with the trees that were on the lot. So anyway, that's all I have to say for now. Thank you.
Thank you. 2 more minutes. Mr. Gaines?
Thank you, council members. Regardless of the tensions between Mr. Cox and the residents of Duval Estates, the concern that I have on this particular property, it is a very unfortunate circumstance. I feel very bad for Mr. Cox and how the eminent domain shaped his land and the access that is available to the land. It's on a traffic circle, is a very small strip of land on each side of the traffic circle. So the concern I had is that to get off of 59 or Sharp Road onto this piece of property, you're literally going to have to make a turn right literally a few feet before the traffic circle, the actual circular part of the circle. It is, the access to this property is very questionable and will likely impact the safety of the other drivers for anybody trying to enter this property. I personally don't know how this is going to be, and I don't know what zoning would be appropriate to it or how this would be usable. It's unfortunate that they just didn't take all of the property in the eminent domain, and then it would not even be a question. Thank you.
All right, seeing no more cards, 3 minutes for rebuttal, sir.
First thing I want to say in regards to access, the DOTD has already given me permission for an additional driveway on Sharp Road and a widening the driveway that's on Highway 59. I've already met with the DOTD regarding that. Secondly, the property hasn't been up for sale before, never listed with a real estate agent, even though several friends of mine are real estate agents. I've had it for sale by owners. I've had several offers, had one contract even for a cardiology clinic. CVS was actually going to buy it, but I didn't have enough depth, and they ended up opening and building on 59 and 1088 instead. The deed restrictions on that property that he spoke of, two things. Deed restrictions don't have anything to do with the council's zoning and rezoning, because every subdivision has its own deed restrictions, and you have to adhere to those deed restrictions regardless of what zoning y'all gave me. So if y'all were to give me HC2 today, if I had deed restrictions against me, I couldn't build there anyway because of deed restrictions. I don't have deed restrictions. All deed restrictions for that property have been removed based on a termination of restricted covenants that basically Jeff Shane drew up for another property, and I used it to go around having a majority of the neighbors sign, taking the property out of the subdivision. It looks like there's about 35 or 40 people here today that are against it. I've had 100 signatures of 56 homeowners that have agreed to taking it out of the deed restrictions and that they feel like it should be zoned commercial. The next thing is that the three corners that they spoke about, where I'm located, the three homes on those three corners have no frontage. Those three corners are owned by the DOTD. The DOTD has actually purchased the outside perimeter about 30 or 40 feet of those three corners. So those people that own properties on those streets have to go down through Pine View to get to their home. They can't access it from Highway 59. Let's see what else. The other thing is they spoke about $1 million worth of homes for 3 homes, 20 homes built on Highway 59. None of them built on a roundabout. None of them have a roundabout in their front yard. This property is 520 feet of highway frontage. It is a prime piece of property. It has basically about 350 feet of highway frontage on 59 and another 175 feet of frontage on Sharp. It's got incredible exposure on the highway, and having an entrance and an exit with egress and ingress on both 59 and Sharp Road makes it easy to access. And lastly, it doesn't matter what zoning it gets, if they're concerned about what goes there, the St. Tammany Parish Planning and Zoning is going to require setbacks, green space, fencing, lighting. They're going to require all the things necessary before you could even pull a permit to build. So if the person that buys this property and wants to build on it doesn't meet those restrictions, they're not going to get a permit to build anyway. So that's all I have. But just keep in mind, if it doesn't get zoned commercial, then basically you're saying somebody's got to build a house and live there with a roundabout in their front yard. Thank you.
All right, so the opposing side has 3 minutes. However y'all wanted to divvy it up.
I'll be brief. I would just encourage the council, we don't try to solve one problem by making a bunch of other problems. And so, as was stated, Mr. Cox purchased this property as residential. It's always been at 59 and Sharp Road. The property hasn't moved. And this is the third or fourth time coming before you to change this. So I'm trying to figure out if this was a business decision to buy something here, get it zoned commercial. And so I don't really understand the purpose of this constantly coming back. But this change would negatively affect permanently 6 to 7 houses in Duval. So while I do feel bad for Mr. Cox in terms of the roundabout, he purchased it as residential and is now seeking to change the laws of the game after the fact. So that's why I would encourage you all to dismiss this.
Sir.
Sure, Al Pappalardo. Yeah, look, he's a land speculator. He buys land, and in this particular case, he wants to hit a home run with commercial but it's already zoned for residential. He says he can't put residential there, but that's his, you know, he keeps talking about the roundabout. There are 5 lots, not 1. There are 4 other lots that fit the residential that have not been taken by eminent domain that they could build residential houses on, and people are doing that. Maybe not right now because of interest rates, but.
Thank you. Miss, just state your name, please.
Peggy Benita. I had a card, but I didn't choose. Just for the rebuttal, I just wanted to say that it's not an unfortunate situation. It's calculated. He bought it that way. He always intended to make it commercial, bottom line. I understand that. And just to avoid the confusion, it was 5 lots that he took and made it 1 parcel in 2017 or 2018 after the roundabout. Mr. Cox was compensated for the .47 acres on that roundabout that was taken. He was given, the DOTD gave him $165,000 for that parcel that was taken. So he was compensated for that. If you went back to where it was 5 lots, 3 of those lots were hardly touched. 2 of them not at all, 1 was barely touched. So he has still spots that are, well, that could be residential. I don't understand, well, or I beg that y'all consider you have one man and his part of how he's trying to make extra money being commercial, whereas you have over 140 residents of Duval that are not in favor of this. So that's my, thank you.
Sir?
Chris Jordan. Again, Mr. Cox has brought up this mysterious petition. And again, I'm going to ask that we see this petition, see the signatures, verify the residents of our subdivision, because I've lived there for 20 years. I know at least 60 or 70% of the people that live in that development, and nobody I know has ever signed that petition. You know, this has gone on for us for 24 years. We're getting worn out. Many of you are new council people. You're not aware of this. Ms. O'Brien, Ms. Kazaban, Mr. Binder, y'all have all been through this for the last 24 years with us. Please do the right thing as y'all have done in the past and deny this zoning change. Thank you.
So that concludes, I'm closing it to the public and bringing it back to the council. Mr. Rowley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the residents coming out, pleading their case. I do have a couple of things that I wanted to address. Number one was, as a property owner, residential or not, sometimes you don't put a sign on property to see if it's really up, I mean, that it could be up for sale. That's number one. Number two, I know in Bruce's case that, you know, DOT came in and put a roundabout in front of his property. So I don't know if anybody in this room would want a residential property in front of a roundabout. Maybe a ton of people, maybe everybody that's against it, maybe they would want a resident there, I don't know. But I think it put him in a very bad situation. He had no control of that. When he purchased a property, it was residential. But DOTD has their own agenda to make traffic flow because the public is screaming for traffic flow, okay? So he's in a tough spot, there's no doubt about it. I'm just trying to look at it. I don't live in the area. I'm trying to look at it as a common sense theme, but I understand where the residents are coming from. If you look at Highway 59, part of my district's off of Dog Pound Road. There's Walgreens there, there's gas stations there. They butt up, at the back of that is butted up against residential. I'm not sure what it was zoned way back then, but I have a suspicion it probably wasn't commercial, or wasn't a quite commercial as it maybe put the Walgreens there or the gas station. I do have a question for Mr. Ross, if he can come up. I know he mentioned that he was willing to go to NC4. Can you give us an example what an NC4 would put in that area? Because I don't have the list in front of me. Just a couple, if you don't mind, just so we can kind of have a vision of what could be there based on that.
Not at all. I don't have these committed to memory, but I will have this up.
We don't have it to memory either, but we do have a list. So.
I gotcha. All right, permitted uses in NC4 would be dance studios, music studios, aerobic weight loss studios, educational learning centers, churches, temples, synagogues, and mosques, religious educational facilities, clubs and lodges, fraternal and religious institutions, child daycare centers, and nursery schools.
Okay. So that's a pretty good landscape. I would assume if it is changed, you know, he's proposing the NC4, and if it is changed that whoever wants to build on that, whoever buys the property, is going to come back to planning and zoning to get their traffic study, any additional lanes, et cetera, buffer zones, right?
Correct.
Okay. So also, I had one last question. Can you give me an example in like a half a mile radius, north or south? And I mean, if you can't, that's fine, because I didn't.
Let's see where this is going.
I didn't have these questions before. If you can't, totally understand. Not going to count it against you, of course. But if you can give an example, like in a half a mile up or half a mile down, is there any commercial there of just getting a landscape? Because that's not my district. I don't know it like the back of my hand. So is there anything like in a half a mile up or down that would kind of look like an NC4 situation? Does something come to mind? And if not, that's okay.
I mean, I'm sure that there is, without a doubt. In a half mile, did you say a half mile up and down, north and south?
Yeah.
I would absolutely believe that there is some type of neighborhood commercial, whether it's NC 1, 2, 3, or 4, up and down Highway 59, north and south of Sharp Road, without a doubt.
Gotcha. And thank you. And I just have one last thing. There's no, I'm sorry, not for you, I apologize. One last thing before I go here. I think DOTD made this different. And I think we just keep that in mind, because I think he will have a very tough time to sell this residential. So that being said, I definitely see where he's coming from. I know the residents don't want to hear that, but he purchased it as residential. We know that. But now DOTD comes in, puts a gigantic roundabout in the front. I wouldn't build there as a resident. I can tell you that right now. I wouldn't want my kids even close to the roundabout. So just keep it in mind.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Yes, sir. I'll turn you on.
I'm a little bit confused when I heard, I know Chris, and I'm assuming this was your wife speaking. You were talking about five, okay, well, my bad. Neighbors. You were talking about 5 residential lots, right? And I'm reading this as saying the zone request is for 1.15 acres. Yeah, Chris, come on up, because you could probably answer this. So if the rezoning request is for 1.15 acres, that 1.51 acres is made up of 5 lots that were at one time or still zoned residential?
Yeah, you want the history? All right.
Well, short version.
Short version. All right. Mr. Cox bought in total 5 lots. The first 3 lots were the house. That was the address.
Here's the map.
All right. 3110 Highway 59. That was lots 63, 64, and 65. A few weeks later, he bought the adjoining lots, which are lots 66 and 67. At that point, there were 5 residential lots. 3 of them contained 1 house, so in effect, there were 1 residential home site. The other 2 were 2 separate residential home sites. In 2016 or so, whenever DOTD came in and started with the appropriation and taking the property and all, the house was torn down. It's not there anymore. And then due to the configuration of the land, there's only a portion of Lot 63 and a portion of Lot 64 left. They're probably not developable in any way, shape, or form, residential or commercial. They would only have to be combined into Lot 65 to make it one larger site. They have never been legally re-subdivided into one lot yet. They are still in the courthouse records 5 lots. They are not a 1.15 acre site. They have never been legally subdivided. For some of you that are sitting up here and don't know this, Rick does. I'm a real estate appraiser, and I've been doing this for 23 years. I research properties every day. I know what legal descriptions are, I know how to read them, and I know what they mean. I also do a lot with zoning. So, I use a lot of terms when I get up here, and it's not because, it is because what I do every day for a living. So his petition is pretty false and misleading. Many things he says are false and misleading, but that's what it is. you know, this is not a 1.15 acre site. It is 5 separate sites. So if you pass any type of zoning change on this, you're doing it on 5 individual lots, not one parcel. Secondly is, I'm kind of confused here because this NC4 came out of nowhere. Are we here to defend an NC4 zoning change, or, I mean, are we here about an HC2 zoning change? Because that's what he was denied. No, you were denied HC2. Okay.
Y'all are talking to us, and
Okay.
legal's going to comment.
Okay. So he was denied an HC2 zoning change. So that's what we're here, he was here to appeal. His HC2 zoning change was denied by the zoning commission. There's no NC4 on the table at this point.
So the way that our code is set up, all of the NC districts waterfall with the HC districts. So anything that you can build in an HC2 or includes everything, all the permitted uses in NC1 through NC6 as well as HC1. So we have always taken the position that if there's public notice of an HC2, that could include every other zoning classification from NC1 up to HC2, because all of those permitted uses are included within HC2 because of the waterfall effect of our ordinances. At the same time, though, I do have concerns if these lots have not actually ever been re-subdivided as a single parcel, whether they meet the minimum lot size requirement for either the NC or HC districts. And I think that may be something that we need to refer to planning to see if this is actually something that could be accomplished.
Yeah, I mean, first off, that's a bait and switch for us then, because we come in here under the auspice of we're here to defend ourselves against an HC2 highway zoning change, and then right in the middle of this, he walks up and says, oh, well, I just want NC4.
Councilman Smith?
Okay, yes. If I could, Mr. Cox, could you come to the podium, please? So you're looking for a zoning change, now NC4, for 1.15 acres, which
Correct.
is a combination of the 5 individual lots.
Yes.
None of those lots have you approached the parish as far as?
Yeah, I've spoke with
together.
Helen and Aaron and all of them at Planning and Zoning, and they said you don't have to do it today. You just at any time come to us, bring those 5 lots, and we will combine them into one lot.
Of those 5 lots, which one is most affected by the roundabout?
Actually, all 5. And the reason I say all 5 is that Mr. Jordan seems he knows about real estate, but he really doesn't, because those 5 lots were 1.7 acres. The state took 20,000 square feet of the land, left me with 1.15 acres. The drive that they gave me is on between the lots 66 and 67. So the last 2 lots on that property is the drive to access the whole property. So that whole property is tied up in that roundabout. The existing drive that's there, the DOTD said they will increase to a 20-foot drive to have ingress and egress. They will also give me a drive on Sharp Road, which was which was there originally, to have egress and ingress there as well. So what you have is the 3 lots that Mr. Jordan was speaking of. Those 3 lots are comprised of 13,125 square feet. 37,000 feet is the majority of the remainder property, which is dead center on a roundabout. And the property, based on its size, you can do basically a 6,000 square foot building, which would give you enough parking for like 50 or 60 parking spots. And if I was wrong in any of that, it doesn't matter, because permit's not going to give me a permit to pull a permit. So planning and zoning, if I'm wrong in anything that I'm telling you, which I promise you I'm not, planning and zoning will not give you a permit to pull, a permit to build. And I've already met with planning and zoning regarding those 5 lots being combined into one.
Thank
and it's not a problem combining them into one.
Thank you. Mr. Liner, I got a question.
One other thing I wanted to say too, they were saying that as far as signatures of taking the property out of the restrictions, Mr. Jordan's son is one of the residents that signed to take it out of the restrictions.
You mean my 17-year-old son?
Mr. Liner. Mr. Liner.
All right, wait, stop. I'm going to ask y'all to leave in a second.
Mr. Liner, let me ask you this, please. If these lots are still individual lots, as our legal just said, how can we approve any kind of zoning change if those lots don't meet the required size?
You can't.
Because they stand on their own merit right now. They're not combined into one lot, correct?
Correct. Well, as Mr. Cox mentioned, he worked with Helen and Aaron. I wasn't prepared to speak on a subdivision of property, but I was prepared to speak on a zoning of property. So I would defer and agree with legal in that interpretation without a doubt.
So this is kind of a moot point. We can't really, we can't vote to overturn anything and convert it to an NC4, an NC1, or HC2. We can't do any of it
without
because those lots are still in 5 individual lots.
Without having access, to my staff who did this review, I would concur with your saying right now.
Postpone it?
I think the best thing we can do is postpone it until we get that corrected.
And get your definitive answer. I'll look at it later.
Mr. Phillips?
No, I'm going to make a motion to postpone this. But I do have some questions. Ross, come on up here, please. Okay, so you just answered the one question. They're not combined yet.
As stated,
that you don't know.
Correct, I do not. I'd have to
Okay.
have, I'd have to ask my staff.
And just clarification on the vote here is to approve or deny HC2. Nothing else, correct? But you're saying because NC4 is part of HC2 that you can amend it during the meeting here to vote on that?
Yes, we have always allowed an applicant to make an oral down zone request. You cannot make a request at the meeting to upzone the request or to change the categories. But because in these circumstances, the NC permitted uses waterfall into the HC permitted uses, we have allowed applicants to make an oral request at an appeal to down zone their request.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ross. Mr. Gaines, can I speak with you, please?
Wait, he hasn't finished. Okay, wait for 1 second. We're going to have an ordered meeting here. I called on Councilman Phillips, who said he was going to make a second, but he still has the floor. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Just in your mind, from what all you're hearing right now, plus you guys went through the meeting, and I too did watch the planning and zoning meeting I watched the video, and it probably went over an hour just on that one lot or one topic here.
We had a lot of issues that meeting.
Right. What would be the biggest, if you were, say, possibly rezoning this, I can't see anything bigger. They'd have to be, even on the old side, an NC. What would be, in my mind, I'm looking, the maximum you could do would be, for safety issues and things of that nature, would be like NC1?
I think it would be great to have the Planning and Zoning Commission at large review that zoning change.
Okay, so the question is, all right, other than just voting to deny it and giving everybody their just desserts here so they can, obviously the homeowners are upset. Mr. Cox, he has a piece of property nobody's going to be able to use. The only access is off 59. I drove up there, I went through the subdivision. There's no access through the subdivision to get there. We would have to kick it back down, find out if the partials are combined. And then, Mr. Cox, you said you have petitions. You want to submit those then at some time?
I could certainly submit them, but it doesn't really matter because it's still not part of the subdivision. And if I didn't have petitions and I didn't have restrictions removed, I could never pull a permit because the restrictions would prohibit me from doing it. So it really doesn't matter. But the bottom line is I have petitions. I don't have all of them with me, but I have petitions. But they're not necessary because if in fact there are restrictions requiring that you cannot use the property for commercial, and I have not had those restrictions removed, I can't use the property for commercial. So you can make it HC3, it wouldn't matter. I still couldn't use the property for commercial because the restrictions would stop me from it, but there are no restrictions.
Okay, like I said, in my mind, I see NC1 would be the max that could go in there, all right? Okay, Ross, can I talk to you again? You read for NC4 before, NC1, what would that entail?
Those are typical like professional offices, doctors, lawyers. Let's see. I'll give you the exact list. Law offices, architectural, accountant, real estate, insurance, business, doctor, vet, professional offices.
Like a dental office?
Yeah.
Something like that. Okay. And how big would that building be?
If it's and I don't remember the exact 1.155, and I'm just guessing, it might have been 1.5. I can't remember the exact. So typically it's 50% of the lot can be the size of the building.
Okay.
So up to 50% of the lot size could be the footprint of the building.
What's the buffer in the back of the building? What kind of separation from the Duval Estates?
It would be a 25-foot buffer, if I'm not mistaken, from an NC to a residential classification.
And there's also residential to the north side of his lot?
Yes.
Okay.
So you'd have to hold those buffers as well.
How do we verify the entrances to the lot? I know
that would be part of the permitting process, and that would be an application to DOTD for a driveway permit by the applicant, by the property owner.
Does that cost more money for him to do that then, or no?
It's standard, especially in this parish where we have so many state routes. So that's a typical practice.
Okay.
Did you make a second?
No, I
No.
want to say something.
Okay, I'm waiting for Councilman Phillips to finish.
Okay, I'm done.
Thank you. Mrs. Casamon, your turn.
Thank you. Yes, I certainly remember this. It was a long red house that sat on that corner, and this did come to us a few times. But what I would want within the tabling is the information that would show the legal plat of these lots, because I would like to know when they were removed from the subdivision, because I think that's why we denied it in the past many times, is that because it was like arbitrarily taking lots out of a registered subdivision. And so that's one of the things that I would request, that these are a legal entity. If they were removed through the Mr. Cox from when they put the road in from the street, but some kind of legal description that they are no longer part of that subdivision. That because that was the biggest concern. I think that's why we had denied it through the years of being commercial on that corner. So that's one of the things.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Impastato.
My question was answered.
All right. Mr. Kugel.
Just to clarify, Emily, because maybe just when you say waterfall, you're talking about it's in NC4 is more restrictive than HC2, and that's why it's allowed to make an oral motion. One of the things I wanted to say is, and I understand, Pat, if you want to postpone, I'm going to.
Excuse me.
An NC4 is more restrictive than an HC2. There are fewer uses for an NC district than there are for an HC district, because anything you can do in an HC district includes those NC districts. So an NC district is more restrictive.
So it has fewer uses, which is why it's acceptable to have an oral motion.
Yes.
Just a thought, Pat. I mean, I'm going to respect what you want to do, but I guess I would just ask, what's the point of postponing the motion? The thing before us now is, HC2 or not. And I understand we can do more restrictive, but planning and zoning is, basically we defer to them to do a detailed analysis of these things. And if we postpone it for a month, are we going to be? Is there really going to be any more clarity as to whether or not it's appropriate for NC4 or whatever? And then I think also the other question is whether or not NC4 even is permitted in this case. My just thought is if he wants to try NC4, it should go back through planning and zoning. That's just my thought on that.
Mr. Strickland.
I was seconding Pat's.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second to postpone. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes. Mr. Liner.
I do need to point out a mistake that I did make as far as the NCs are concerned. NC1 has a maximum building size of 5,000 square feet, not 50% of the lot coverage like HCs or some other jurisdictions, classifications have. So you can have multiple 5,000 square foot buildings, whatever could be combined up to 50% of the lot coverage, but it's 5,000 square foot footprint.
Okay. Mr. Strickland, then Mr. Phillips now. Oh, wait, sorry, Mr. Corbin. Mr. Phillips has already spoken. Pat, you'll be next.
Thank you. I just want to ask the question, if these lots are not officially combined, is there any value in us having this conversation? I don't believe, sorry, Ross, I'd have to rely on you, HC4 would not fit on any one of these lots. NC4, either one of them would not fit on any one of these lots. You need to have all 4 lots. If these lots are not combined, this seems like that maybe planning and zoning missed something in their conversation, but this is not, I don't see any value in us continuing to talk about this.
That's correct. The minimum lot size for an NC4 is 20,000 square feet. So I think to keep this ball rolling, we really need to postpone this and then have those lots combined before we can do a rezoning to any of those commercial classifications.
Can I ask, yeah, so we have a motion. Can we clarify that with legal, do we have, if we postpone it, are we postponing it to the next meeting? What are we doing? Yeah. Yeah, what's the best?
I think the idea behind the postponement was to allow staff time to look and make sure there hasn't been something that we missed regarding a consolidation of these lots in the past or through the DOTD expropriation process, just to give us a little more time. And then if staff does that review and determines that that is correct, these are still 5 lots, they cannot be individually rezoned to an NC or an HC district, then to work with Mr. Cox on a new application that would then have to go back to the zoning commission.
All right. Mr. Binder is next by procedure.
And I'm going to make this brief. Miss Emily and Mr. Liner, okay. I agree with what Rick said, Mr. Smith said earlier, okay? First of all, it's not a criticism, but I don't even know what this map is doing in our paperwork. You can't legally put 5 lots on A3. He can't put 5 lots on A3. It's 1.15 acres. He's not nearly close enough. He might not even be able to fit 3. So I only wanted to point out that I don't know, I could see why they voted no, because they're looking at A3 and going, he can't build on A3. All right, do we want to let him build on HC2? And they go, no. That's it. Thank you, Mr. Law.
Thank you. Ross, I have a question. Do you want to recommend a postponement period that y'all staff needs to sort this out?
As quick as y'all want it. Agenda review, next meeting, it can be done, by tomorrow, to be honest with you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Phillips?
Well, the answer to Mr. Kugel's question was we got to go over the lot scenario like everybody's saying. That was the one thing. Then I know Martha wanted to see the petitions and give the...
It's not part of that subdivision.
Right. Did they act? Is it actually pulled out of the subdivision, those particular lots? And,
all right.
So 1 month postponement?
Yep.
Okay.
So, Mr. Smith,
and I want to ask Ed, I personally don't think this is just me talking now, and no more than NC1 on this.
Okay. Mr. Smith, just to confirm, your motion is postponed for 1 month? Yeah. Ms. Strickland, 1 month postponement? All right, 1 month postponement. Vote your machines.
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
This is the next one. All right, so this is the next 4. All right, we're going to take a break while we clear the room.
No, he did. I watched him walk over.
All right, council members, please take your seats. We're going to get started again. Oh my God, you want my coat? Why don't you bring your heater? You should bring your heater. One more. We have a quorum yet? All right. All right, y'all, we're going to get started. All right, Mr. Marone, Mr. Crane, Mr. Swindler, and Mr. Gaines, do y'all mind if we consolidate these four appeals into one, and then we'll give y'all 20 minutes, and then 6 minutes and 6 minutes? Does that make sense? Yeah. And then, Emily, how do we do it do we have to vote separately, though, on each one, right?
Yes, we'll have to vote separately on each one. So if you want to just read the first title, say we're going to be combining numbers 3 through 6, and then we'll read each title before the vote.
Okay. So for everybody on the council, we're going to consolidate appeals number 3, 4, and 5. Because they involve the same parties.
And 6.
Oh, and 6, I apologize, and 6. They involve the same parties, and for time, we're going to consolidate them. So everybody's going to have 20 minutes for, 20 minutes against, 6 minutes rebuttal on each side. So they're all pretty much the same, so I'm just going to read the first one. Roland Vaughn, Crimmy, appealing the Zoning Commission denial on July 2nd, 2024 to rezone 8.63 acres of land, more or less, located on the north side of U.S. Highway 190 east of Pruden Road, Covington, from its existing A1 suburban to an HC2 highway commercial, Ward 3, District 3. And the petitioner is Terryland LLC and Roland Vaughn, who's the owner. Mr. Marone, you want to get started? You have 20 minutes.
I don't think I need 20, and I hope I don't take 20 for everybody's sake. But thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission or council. Paul Marone on behalf of Terryland LLC and Mr. Vaughn Simity, who's here with me this evening. All of these properties that are subject to the request are located on the north side of Highway 190 between Covington and Goodby. And that is a stretch of U.S. Highway 190 that ultimately connects basically by Covington High on at the end of Covington all the way into Hammond. We had originally requested before the commission back in February to rezone 36 acres of this property to HC2. And we were proposing basically all of the frontage by a depth of 600 feet that Terryland owned to be rezoned HC2. The commission denied that request, and then the commission made a number of statements, suggestions that we heard. We also had an opportunity after that meeting to meet with Ms. Casabon and have a community meeting in Goodby where we heard from some of the residents, some of which were here today. And after all of those meetings, we went back to the drawing board and decided to amend the request. We amended the request from the 36.85 acres, all HC2, to the request that you see this evening. Once we made that amendment, we did go back to the commission, represented the project as amended to the commission, and had a discussion with them at that time about the revised plan.
ultimately, the commission denied the revised plan. I would say, though, I mean, there were certainly votes in favor, but the majority still voted against it. That brings us here this evening. And so what I'd like to do is to let you know what some of those comments and concerns were that we heard the first go-round that led to the amendments that put the plan before you this evening. What we heard initially with the 36 acres of HC2 was that it seemed like it was too much highway commercial. That yes, there was some highway commercial in the area, but 36 acres seems like an awfully large block of HC2. There was also concern about it being so much HC2 and setting a precedent for further HC2 as you moved to the west down Highway 190. We heard those concerns. We also heard concerns about drainage in the area. There was concern about the drainways or streams that actually run through the property that we were proposing to rezone, but also about the area in general, not just the property we were rezoning, and not just those drainways, but the larger general area. Then we heard concerns about residents that were on the west side of our track and the fact that we were proposing HC2 that abutted their residential zone. And then we heard concerns about traffic. We took all of those concerns and we redrew the plan. So what is before you this evening is not 36 acres of HC2 all in one large block by a depth of 600 feet. We have revised the request so that we are now requesting commercial zoning on 21.9 acres. So we took 15 acres totally out of the highway commercial or any commercial zoning whatsoever, and we're proposing to leave it zoned as it was. We reduced the depth of the entire property being requested by 100 feet, which was suggested by the commission. We no longer are proposing one large contiguous block. If you look at the site plan that is included, you will see that there are 4 different parcels of HC2, more similar to what you see along Highway 190 to our east, rather than one block. And then perhaps most importantly, we have stepped down the zoning. We're not requesting HC2 on all of these parcels. We are only requesting HC2 on the 2 easternmost parcels. As you move west, the 3rd parcel is HC1, which is a down zone. And then further to the west, we're proposing NC4, a neighborhood commercial zone. On the west side, I mentioned that there was concerns that we were asking for HC2 where it abutted residential zoning. That is no longer the case. We have left a 100-foot buffer that we are proposing to leave rezoned in its residential capacity. We are not requesting any commercial zoning on the west side where we abut residential property. The result of that is that there is no piece of the properties that are being requested for rezoning this evening that abut any third party other than on our east side where it is already HC2 highway commercial. All other sides of our property, we abut property that is owned by my client. In addition, by having the NC4 on the end and stepping down the zoning, I believe we've addressed the issue of further HC2 encroachment. Again, the concern was if you have all HC2, then the guy to your west will say, well, wait a minute, there's HC2 right there, I should be HC2. If our request is approved, then our westernmost parcel will be NC4. So the guy west of us would have to look at us and say, he's a neighborhood commercial zone. Then he'd have to jump all the way back to the east side of our property over an HC1 zone to get to an HC2 zone. So we've attempted to address that issue. Thirdly, drainage. We have several streams, drainways that run north to south through this property. We are very cognizant of those drainways and streams, and we have identified them, and we are proposing to leave them out of the rezoning. They are not part of the property that we are rezoning or we're requesting to rezone this evening. Now, when we mention this to some of the residents as an amendment to the plan, we were met with, well, that's only part of the issue. There's a larger issue out there with drainage, which we appreciate. So as a result of the concern about the larger issue, as a part of what we're proposing this evening on these 4 parcels, we are also willing to donate 40 acres to the north of these parcels, which is owned by my client, to the parish to take it out of commerce in perpetuity. We're willing to take that property, which is in a critical and a sensitive drainage area, give it to the parish so that at a minimum, it is preserved and never developed in perpetuity. So it has been suggested, well, that's not really real value. I respectfully disagree with that. If the parish accepts that donation and does nothing with the property, ever, then at a minimum, you have taken 40 acres that will never be developed. It will continue to serve its existing capacities. It will continue to help with floodplain storage. It will continue to do the things that it does today. If it is developed, whether it's developed as A1 residential, whether it's developed as a commercial zone, whether it's whatever, once it becomes developed, then it is no longer going to be serving that capacity. I would also suggest to you, and I am not an engineer, as you well know, and I am not going to speak on behalf or as an engineer, but if it is determined that this property is well suited for additional floodplain storage for the area, not for my client's parcels, then it is there and it is available for that. If good engineering dictates that this property is well suited for regional detention, then it is there for that. If none of those things come to pass, then you will know that that property is never going to be developed because it'll be in the hands of St. Tammany Parish. So drainage is important. Drainage is critical. We have identified and avoided the drainways and streams that run through this property. We're preserving those in perpetuity with a proposed to give them to the parish. In addition, we're proposing to give an additional 40 acres in this area. And all of that being said, we are still obligated to meet all of your drainage requirements with regards to the development of the parcels we want rezoned. It has been said before, and you will hear it tonight, this property should not be developed as commercial because it's in a flood zone. You should not be able to develop this property. It should be left as it is or something like that. That is respectfully not what your ordinances say. Your ordinances do not say that property in a flood zone can never be developed. Rather, what your ordinances say is how you must develop that property in a very sensitive and a very strict manner. You have some of the most onerous and strict requirements for developing the floodplain anywhere certainly in the state of Louisiana, and I would tell you in the Gulf South. So all of the things that we have done and that we are willing to do with regards to the drainways and the donation of the property, put all that aside. For us to do anything on the parcels that we want to rezone, we have got to meet your requirements. We've got to have no net fill. We've got to do all of the things that your ordinances have already built in and that require us to do. So we're going to handle those. We have to, or we can't get a permit if we're rezoned. So that's first and foremost. But we've gone above and beyond that. How many petitioners have come to you and said, we're going to meet all of your strict ordinances and we're going to do these other things to help try to address the drainage and the concerns in the area? I would submit to you that with regards to drainage, we have done over and above. And we're happy to do it. We're happy to do it. Finally, I would submit to you that the real question tonight is this an appropriate place for commercial zoning? We're asking for HC2, HC1, and Neighborhood Commercial 4. Is that an appropriate zone on Highway 190? Well, let's look at what's out there. Between Covington High, or actually SSA's sports complex to our east, till you get to our property, there are 7 separate properties that are currently zoned HC2 highway commercial. 7. We abut one of them. We adjoin a property line with one of those properties. I would respectfully submit to you that properties fronting on major highways are no longer appropriate for residential in St. Tammany Parish. Those should be commercial properties. If we are not going to have commercial properties on major highways, then where does the commercial property go? This property fronts Highway 190, which is one of the major east-west corridors in western St. Tammany Parish. I would suggest to you that other than Interstate 12, there is probably no greater east-west corridor, commercial or highway corridor, in western St. Tammany Parish than Highway 190 is. Your comprehensive plan says that high-intensity land uses should be adjacent to high-capacity transportation corridors. That's what your comprehensive plan says. I would submit to you that Highway 190 is a high-capacity transportation corridor. In fact, other than I-12, it is the highest transportation corridor in western St. Tammany Parish. So your comprehensive plan recognizes that property situated like this on a major highway should be zoned commercial. And I urge you to remember that and to consider that. If you can't have highway commercial on Highway 190, where would it go? Where would it go? I believe that this is an appropriate location. I'll conclude by just reiterating things that I hope you will take with you as you make your decision this evening. One, I believe this is commercial property for the reasons I've just laid out. I believe that if you front Highway 190, a major east-west corridor, that is commercial property. There are 7 HC2 commercial properties already in the corridor, and we abut one of them. It is reasonable and appropriate to step that zoning down, which we're doing, to NC4 with this request. I know that there is concern about drainage. I respect that. I appreciate that. We have done over and above what can be conceivably done at this stage for zoning. We have identified the areas that are sensitive. We have preserved them. We know your stringent regulations. We will meet them. And we've gone above and beyond that with the proposal to take 40 acres out of commerce and give that to the parish. In my view, this is commercial property. In my view, this plan is much better than the plan we started with. We heard what the commission, what the council person, what the residents said. Many may still not like the plan. I respect their opinion on that. But I believe that we have heard that, we have listened to those comments, and we have made meaningful changes to what we started with. And we have a better proposal before you this evening that is a reasonable and appropriate zoning change for this property. And I urge you to please consider each of these 4 cases this evening, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Allen, do you want to be first? And if y'all want to be fair, y'all could the 4 of y'all could split it up in 5-minute intervals if you want.
I'll take a little more than 5, but I'm not going to take more than 10, I don't think. Thank you, Chairman Laughlin and council members. Matthew Allen, I'm Executive Director of North Shore River Watch, and we're concerned with the rivers and floodplains of St. Tammany. And boy, growing pains are painful, aren't they? I don't envy y'all's job whatsoever. But all I hear from the developers are drainage, 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 drainage. The real elephant is flooding from the river. This property, I grew up just south of the highway there. My parents still live there. This property can handle 8 inches of rain as it stands and not have major flooding on it. This property goes underwater completely in major river floods where we get 15, 16, 17, 20 inches of rain north of us, all the way up into Tangipahoa and Washington parishes. Drainage is not the issue here. the river flooding is. And let me just talk a little bit about the economics of floodplain development. Floodplains exist. They're nature's most efficient way of moving rainfall down to the ocean. That's what it does. Nature loves least energy. It works. Until you start putting people in there. You start putting more people in, exposing more people to risk of flooding, you start getting calls to do something about it. I mean, didn't the Army Corps just last year finish a feasibility study on flooding? They actually looked at the Tchefuncte River. They looked at a diversion canal going down into Beatico. They looked at river modification, channel modifications, clearing, and determined none of it was feasible to do and wouldn't have much effect on flooding. We get 60 inches of rain on average a year. We can have a 20-inch rainfall north of us. This property has gone underwater at least 4 times in the last 40 years. Is this where you really want to put highway commercial? Now, Mr. Marone, sorry, he was talking about the new directions, the plan, saying highway commercial belongs on highways. Well, the New Direction 2040 plan also says that the future land use and the future land use map states intensification of development is discouraged in the floodplains. We're talking about going from 1 house every 5 acres to 20,000 square foot minimum lots. That's almost half an acre, 0.46 acres. You're talking about 10 times increase in intensity on these properties. That's 10 times increasing risk of flooding that will happen. And what happens when you put a lot of people in where it floods and they start flooding, they start calling for you all to do something. Let's spend money. Let's talk about the economics. Yeah, you might make a little bit extra tax dollars and stuff from having commercial here. But right now, they're talking about a $4 billion levy for Slidell because it wasn't built appropriately for the region and the flooding that takes place. This parish just spent tens of millions of dollars on river cleanings because people live in the flood zones and are demanding it. Right now, this parish council is suing FEMA over increases in flood insurance rates caused by overdevelopment of floodplains all across the country, including here in St. Tammany. Reversing the zoning denial would be hypocritical in light of y'all's lawsuit. Why aren't y'all looking for ways to improve your community rating score and get percentage discounts for our residents from FEMA instead of suing them? And then at the same time, putting more into the flood zones. Now, it is a generous offer for property, but it's a red herring. We have no study or appropriations or need for a detention pond here. They did a study for 70 detention ponds on the Bogaflaya back in 2019. They found 70 detention ponds on the Bogaflaya would have negligible impact on major floods. Detention ponds don't help these major floods. Staying out of the flood zone is how we protect people here. And again, you're looking at 10-time increase in intensity. Went through the year. Now, this area has been developing for the last 20 years. Ms. Causabon was on the Planning and Zoning Commission for a lot of these little subdivisions like Penmill Lakes, Prune Creek subdivision, Spring Lakes over in Goodby. How'd that work out with flooding? You were told, oh, we're going to follow the plans. We're going to make it safe from flooding. They all have flooding issues. Less than a mile from this property, Prune Creek subdivision. In 2016, they had all the infrastructure, no houses, and I sent y'all pictures of that totally covered in water. Oh, yeah, it's going to be safe. Penmill Lakes has at least 6 repetitive flooding houses in it. How did that work out here? You all haven't paid attention to us when we've told you these places flood, so you're putting more people in danger. This is not appropriate for highway commercial. Every one of them, NC4, HC1, HC2, represents 10 times increase in intensity. Not only that, we really don't know what the BFE is. Very limited data. The 2016 flood, USGS said, with a 69% confidence, 67% confidence interval. That's not very confident. Usually look for 95%. That was between a 50 and a 500-year flood. Considering there have been 2 or 3 other floods that have topped the 2016 flood back in the 90s and 80s, it's probably less than a 50-year flood. There's probably floods every 15 to 20 years. Is this where you really want to put commercial? And in fact, they had a commercial industry prior to the 83 flood on the property north. Barry's Nursery was a wholesale nursery. Totally wiped out. He ended up moving up to Highway 25 near Thompson Road. So while y'all have been approving stuff here for the last 20 years, it all floods. How does that make y'all feel about it? How's that for a legacy that y'all want? Oh, we're going to put more things in the flood zone. So in the future, they'll have to put billions of dollars out to try to fix flooding issues that we created. But again, drainage, drainage, drainage. That's all the developers want to talk about. They don't want to talk about the real issue, major floods that go all the way over the highway. They've had the big vehicles, high water vehicles out there rescuing people. The highway goes 2 feet under with a current that you cannot walk through. You'd be swept into the 9-foot deep ditches next to it. The streams that he's saving, they couldn't have developed those anyway. Those are critical drainage. This is an inappropriate place for highway commercial. You have a choice. It's highway, yeah, highway commercial, but it's also a flood zone, and you're intensifying the development in a flood zone and putting more structures and more people at risk. There was a young man that died in 2016 in Pinmill Lakes, canoeing around because he didn't realize he was over the lake when he fell out. Is that what we want to be putting forward in our parish? Here's the alternate for you. Our parish, in 2021, there was a study, said we brought in over $1 billion in ecotourism. $1 billion. And we can make that more. But if we keep developing the floodplains, they're going to end up just canals. We're going to lose all the ecosystems that bring people here. It's going to affect the lake quality, water quality, fishing, all the habitat. What about parks? What are we going to save? We are going to develop. But it's common sense to stay out of the flood zones with intense development. Thank you.
Virgil? Okay. Patricia?
I'm Patricia Swindler, and I live in Covington, and we moved here from St. Bernard Parish after Katrina. Well, a few years before Katrina, the Army Corps of Engineers came in and said, we're going to build a shipping channel parallel to our parish, and it will not pose a flood risk to your parish. Well, as time went on, the flood channel became wider and wider. And then came Katrina. And the flood channel was a conduit and brought all that water and completely flooded the entire parish. Now, I love living in Covington, but St. Bernard Parish was my home. So my point first is, when you make a change in the community, there's a domino effect. Real-time risk. First, of course, you have the increase in traffic, which more traffic accidents. And near that area between Pruden Road and 190, we had lost the lives of 2 young people not too long ago. Also, when you have more people coming in to go to the businesses, that's going to increase the crime. You have more people coming into our neighborhoods. And now the people mostly who come into our neighborhoods are the people who live there. They're people who visit them. we know from the statistics that a lot of these criminals now are coming into smaller towns because they know we have fewer law enforcement resources. My stepdaughter's home, which lives right next to us, was burglarized in December of last year, and she lost a lot of valuable things. And one of the people who was involved in that crime is from Lafayette, Louisiana. The other risk we're looking at is the flood risk. We know that when ground is covered with asphalt and concrete, it increases the flood risk because it displaces the water. And then we come to FEMA 2.0, which nobody seems to be able to explain to us from FEMA. Even our own representatives, senators have tried to obtain exactly how this is been assessed for flood risk. So we have people now, because of FEMA 2.0, who are actually losing their homes because their flood insurance rates have gone up to $15,000 and some unbelievable rates. Now, when I was at the zoning board member meeting, from my understanding, that when there's a decision made about the traffic pattern study and the flood risk study, that's after the fact, after the zoning has changed, after they decide which businesses are going to be built. Well, that's all after the fact. Now, I appreciate that in St. Tammany that the businesses must have landscaping, but the landscaping does not replace green spaces. When I grew up, which is a long time ago, we had green spaces throughout our communities. And that is what our children growing up in our parish need. Covington's a beautiful town, and we really don't want it to become a patchwork of asphalt and concrete. There was a zoning board member who made this comment when I was at the meeting. She said, just because the property borders the highway doesn't mean it should automatically be zoned commercial. Now, this is something else I've noticed driving throughout the parish. I see strip malls empty stores. Are we moving too fast? Are we developing too fast? And one of the questions that was asked by one of the, I think it was the same board member, was that there was going to be a lot of fill that was going to be needed before they could develop the property for businesses. And the question was asked of the lawyer, and at that time, he did not have that information. So I'm asking you to please take all of these factors and all the other factors that you will hear to keep the zoning residential. Thank you.
Mr. Gaines?
Thank you, Councilman. This is a very peculiar floodplain. It does not have the same type of characteristics that you might be thinking of in our coastal zones and some of the other zones around there. I had to go spend some time with Ted in the engineering department to kind of understand what was going on in this floodplain as we were approving some other subdivisions, or as I was adjudicating on some other subdivisions that were being planned in the area. The problem with this area is it's bordered with 2 dams. There are 2 dams there. One is 1077 and the other one is Highway 190. They're both very high in those areas and they back up the water. So on the western edge of this large floodplain, it butts up against 1077 and it all flows down until it hits 190. If you look at the proposed plats on your map there, you'll see some gaps between the properties that are going to be zoned. Those gaps are the culverts that go underneath 190. So if you put 8 acres of fill and 3 acres of fill right next to each other and you have a little bitty channel in between, logic should tell you what's going to happen when the water flows down and hits 190 in that area. I'm not an engineer, but I can figure that part out. So it's not, part of the issue is the size of the lots that are being requested. When you're asking for an 8-acre highway commercial zone, that is a very large plot of land that could be developed. That's a lot of fill that would have to go on there. And as far as the traffic situation is not really, to me, it's not really that relevant, to this area. It is Highway 190. Highway 190 it's not a high traffic or a high whatever transportation zone. It is in some parts. It goes from Slidell to Baton Rouge. Yes, in some parts it's 4 lanes wide. And here it's 2 lanes wide with guardrails on either side of the road. Why are there guardrails there? Because as the previous person had mentioned, there's 9-foot deep ditches on the side of it. It is, the guardrails are there because if you go off the road there, you're going to lose your life. So this is a very precarious area to put some highway commercial zone in. Now, we did not feel it appropriate. I think that if you want to put highway commercial here, it would be fine as long as you put it on pylons. So if you put all of the buildings on pylons and you restrict the no fill there, then the water can flow underneath it, and hopefully it'll rain in the off hours where there's no people parked there, and it'll flow under the buildings and won't be impeded as it tries to go across, over, or under 190. So those were the concerns that I had when looking at these proposals. I do think that it is a lot better than the 36 acres that they originally requested, but it's still impeding the flow of the water under 190 as it's trying to make its way through the river. So that's what I would ask you to consider, is denying this request so that the developer can create a different plan and go back to the Planning and Zoning Commission with a new plan that hopefully would be more appropriate for this area. Thank you.
Mr. Moreau? You have 6 minutes when you get up.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. A few comments in rebuttal to Mr. Allen's comments about the flooding. I mean, let's talk about the flooding, and let's look at some of the comments that he made. He talked about flooding. He talked about FEMA. He talked about having to spend money because of houses that get flooded out. He talked about subdivisions that got flooded north of here. I would argue what I heard was, to me, 4 commercial sites are better than a residential subdivision on this ground for all of the reasons that he just mentioned. 4 commercial sites as opposed to a residential subdivision. With everything he said, I would tell you we are less impactful, and the problems he talked about are less prevalent with what we're talking about. These 4 sites, we've got to meet all your requirements. That's no net fill, that's the base flood elevation. There was reference to what happened to the nursery in 1983. That was a heck of a storm in 1983. Those of us that were here remember it well, and I know Mr. Allen knows it well. But things have changed since 1983 in your ordinances. They have changed dramatically in your ordinances. And I would tell you that the ordinances today are far different and far more stringent as to how these 4 sites could be developed. So he talked about not developing the floodplain, that we should preserve the floodplain. I am coming to you this evening with a proposal to preserve 40 acres of the floodplain. That is part of the proposal, to take that floodplain out of commerce entirely. I believe that what we're doing better achieves the goals than a residential subdivision in that area. With regards to Ms. Swindler's comments, and you know, who might be patronizing some of these establishments and so forth, I would tell you that commercial developments, particularly commercial developments in this type of area, are there and designed to serve the community that is there. You are not looking at sites in this stretch of 190 to service somebody from Mr. Impostato's district in Lacombe. You are not going to have somebody coming from Crestwood out here to shop down in Covington. So these uses in this area are meant to service the residences that are out there. And Mr. Allen mentioned there has been development in that area, and that's what we would be doing here. Ms. Swindler also talked about green spaces, and we need green spaces. We are proposing 40 acres of green space that would be in perpetuity in the hands of the parish. So we believe that we are meeting those requirements. She talked about too much asphalt and concrete. I would tell you that I believe 4 commercial sites built under your regulations with a no net fill requirement is going to have less of an impact than selling every inch of this in a residential development when you've got 40 acres that's taken out of commerce in perpetuity. I think we achieve her goals better with what we're proposing than a residential development, respectfully. Mr. Gaines suggested that maybe the zoning's okay, but build on piers. I would agree with part and disagree with part. I agree the zoning's okay, but I would say that we'll build it as your ordinances require, which is our obligation. So if the zoning's okay, we will build it as your ordinances require. And that is our obligation, and that is our commitment. When we talk about Mr. Gaines talked about our sites impeding the flow, I would respectfully submit that your ordinances, one, would not allow that, but we are going above and beyond your ordinances with what we're proposing this evening. Those drainways are outside of our zoning. Those drainways, under our proposal, would be owned by the parish as part of the donation. Again, I believe that our proposal accomplishes the things that we're hearing are wanted in that area. Now, we heard concerns, much like we're hearing tonight, at the community meeting. We heard those concerns at the commission. We heard those concerns from Ms. Casabon. And we have done our level best to try to revise the plan, to make a better plan, to address those concerns as best we could. I think we've done a good job in that. I think what we're proposing here, 4 commercial sites outside of the drainways, stepping down the zoning. We've talked a lot about HC2. We've got NC4 on the west end and HC1 in between. I believe that is appropriate. I believe these are reasonable requests for this area, and that it's better to develop these 4 sites and take the rest of the property out of commerce in perpetuity. And I urge you to consider that strongly this evening. Thank you very much.
Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Chairman Laughlin. Just to address a couple of things. These 4 commercial sites would be better than a subdivision. There's no way we would have a subdivision here where it floods. This property, the highest parts are at 29 feet. The highest floods here go over 32 feet. It goes 2 feet, 3 feet underwater at times. It goes all the way over the highway, almost the entirety of the frontage there, to the point where I wouldn't want to walk in that water. It flows and flows hard, hundreds of thousands of gallons coming across every minute when it floods. Have you ever seen a real river flood, or are you just used to these coastal storm surge floods that just kind of come in and go out with some waves? These are damaging. Subdivisions that flooded, yeah, they've been approved by this council, by the parish. I brought many appeals up here before over some of these subdivisions. Prudent Creek, we sat up here and told you it floods, and we were dismissed. Well, guess what? They get trapped in their homes a few times since it's been built only in 16. Now, he says a subdivision, well, you can still build there. It's zoned A1, one house every 5 acres, and they could put 12 houses out there. If you do these 21 acres, and you can get half-acre lots, that's 2 lots per acre, you're still talking about nearly a 4-time increase in intensity in the flood zone. 4 times the exposure to flood damage. St. Tammany has a problem with flood damage. We're one of the highest communities for flood insurance premium payouts in the state. Continuing to do higher intensity in flood zones is only going to add to our problems. You really want to help our citizens? Start not developing the flood zones and taking some steps to gain more credit from FEMA for doing good floodplain management. This is very bad floodplain management. Do you want to have gas station where it floods and that gas floats to the top and goes all the way down into Covington and spoils all the houses, the river forest in Covington? How about a kennel? That's one of the allowed uses. What if we have a hard rain and it floods that night? Do I be responsible for a bunch of the drowned dogs? I mean, there are a lot of inappropriate uses. We still find plastic nursery pots 40 years later after Barry's nursery flooded in '83. And the last little bit I want to talk about is the firm and our base flood elevations. They were done in 1989. Or that's when they were accepted by the parish. 1989, the study was done before that. That's when we had floppy disk for computer drives. Your cell phone is a stronger computer. The cell phone you're working on right now, Mr. Burke, is a stronger computer than what we had in '89. We also didn't have the data. There was no stream gauge at Covington Bridge there in '89. We have very limited data. That's why they say they're only 67% confident that that 16 flood, the fourth highest flood, was between a 50 and a 500-year flood. They don't know what this river can do. You don't know what this river, we've lived it for 50 years. I grew up in a house 11 feet off the ground. My parents built it in the 80s. We knew back then what would happen. I still live behind Lake Ramsey. I'm not in the FEMA flood zone, but in the last 10 years, our property flooded 3 times under our house. This river is wild, and do we want to put more intensive development in this floodplain? And he says they do the level best to address your concerns. Well, that level best to address the concerns in previous approvals have resulted in subdivisions that flood in the Tchefuncte Basin, on both sides of the river, Goodby and the Pruden Horse Branch Road area. Again, bad idea, bad zone. These will be the only commercial zones along 190 in the flood zone. Every other commercial they talked about, out of the flood zone, and there are still free places to have commercial along 190. This is just not an appropriate spot. Thank you.
All right, we have 1 more minute for rebuttal. Anybody else?
Can I say one more thing? I'm sorry. Just because some of y'all are new, a lot of y'all are new, I am a certified floodplain manager. I do study these things. I understand how they do it. Okay? So I hope y'all can take what I say with a grain of truth. I always try to be truthful here.
So we have a minute left. Would anybody else to continue the rebuttal? Mr. Gaines?
I would say that I think it was back in 2010 the comprehensive rezoning was done, and this portion of this 190 was deemed appropriate for residential. You can build residential. I'm going to disagree with the previous person. You can build residential in there. If you look all along the lakefront, we have a great example of the type of residential properties that could be built precisely in this area. For 5 years, I ran a heavy marine construction company. We put houses on pylons. It's not more expensive to do so. This would be a great scenic area if they wanted to develop it for residential use, to put those houses on pylons, and it would not restrict the flow of water coming through there. It would have very little impact, not like an 8-acre highway commercial fill property would do. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to close it to the public, bring it back to the council. Councilwoman Casavon?
Yes, this has been going on now for about 3 years. I think Mr., as I say it right, Clemente, he cleared this property, and I got numerous calls. At that point in time, they thought that we were going to have a subdivision there. And I knew the people, were upset about that. And I said, well, that would be, to me, absolutely no place to be able to have a subdivision and everything that it entails because of the area and stuff. Fast forward 3 more years, he came to us to do this commercial. And in my mind, I know that we can have, if we leave it A1, we did have the community meeting, and a couple of the residents said, let's just leave it the A1, and thought about that a long time and what it entails with A1. My biggest fear is they'd have to have their own individual water and sewage that's on the river. So, with the runoff and things like that. So that is a concern of mine. I do know that if they do put the commercial, and that was some of the questions we asked at the community meeting, they'd have to have their own central water and sewerage. So that was one of the pluses for me. I just know that this property is not for residents. I don't think we have as much control. Let's say we do it in the 5 acres. I know individually we try to stay on it as a parish, but I do know that we don't have as many regulations unless it's subdivision regulations that we continuously monitor the fill and how much they put into it and everything. So if you leave it the A1 in all the areas, you have to worry about that. So it's a lot of concerns with this piece of property, but yet somebody owns it and it belongs to them. And I know it's in the floodplain and everything, but they have come to us with a plan that works with our ordinances, and it's gone through the different terms and stuff, but we do have ordinances in which we can build within that floodplain. With that being said, I'd like to hear how the rest of the councilmen feel about it, and then I'll make my decision. Mr. Smith, did you have something?
Councilwoman Caswell.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Smith.
Thank you. All right, after hearing all this and studying it quite some time, number one, let's get it straight. I think commercial zoning should be done on highways. That's my personal belief. But with that being said, not all highway property is the same. If I could, you don't even have to come up to the podium. You can if I'm wrong. You mentioned that there are 7 other HC2 properties, commercial properties on Highway 190. My question is, how many of those 7 are built in a critical drainage floodplain area? I don't believe any of them. I could be wrong.
The only thing that I would say is that 2 of them are right on my east border. We share a property line, so unless the critical drainage area is our property line, at least those 2 would, but I don't know as you get to the other 5 going further to the east. I'm not sure.
And I would agree with that, because the one on the east border, and I would like to speak to Matthew. Would you come back up here? Of the 4 pieces of property in question, okay, the 4 different zonings.
Yes, sir.
In my opinion, which is unprofessional, I'm not an engineer, I'm not a hydrologist, don't have the credentials of you, and I'm not an attorney. The property on the east, the 8.633, okay, acres, is that not higher property above, your flood level thing, whatever you called it?
Yeah, the base
That's the
flood.
higher, drier piece of property. According to the maps that I looked at, okay, the one on the far east is much better suited for commercial development on that 8.6 than the other 3, because the other 3 are in much lower floodplain drainage areas.
All right.
Am I correct with that assessment?
The two streams are not the big flood issue here. The big flood issue is the Tchefuncte River floods. And when the Tchefuncte River jumps its banks and gets up onto our tableland, it is flowing all the way across that whole property. And if you look at that far east that's next to, I believe it's a total car insurance recycler or something like that, that property is still about 3 feet below the level of the highway. And that does flood. The floodwaters come over the highway all the way to the east side of Pruden Creek, that far east creek stream there. So that whole highway goes underwater at that point. And as far as that first highway commercial, the back part of it does go into the flood zone. That was approved around 2000 or so before I got involved. I would have opposed that also.
But of the 4 pieces, would you agree that the one on the 8.633 acres on the east side, the far east side, would be a better piece of property if you had to build a commercial spot better than the other 3?
They're all about equal, to tell you the truth. They're all about equal as far as the flood.
So you're telling me that one up here is higher and these are lower, but they're equal?
The high one has gone underwater.
Yeah, it has.
Many times.
But it'll go underwater after the other 3 go.
After the other 3 will, but it's still the flood zone.
That's what I was trying to get to.
Okay.
Okay. Now, as this whole total 64.5 acres, if I got the number right now and presently it's zoned A1. A1, I got to say too, you're talking about green space and you're talking about development with residential development being more of a critical thing than these 3 or 4 commercial type properties. A1, correct me if I'm wrong, Ross, A1 is 1 residential property per 5 acres. So with that 64, I did my math, you could build 12 homes. Is that correct? And if I were to purchase 5 acres that's in a floodplain, critical drainage area, I know we can do it. We don't have a rule against it. We don't have an ordinance that says you can't do it. But if I were to do it, I'm going to build it off the ground. I'm not building it on a slab. So I don't think the argument that 12 home sites would interfere with the floodplain the same as these commercial properties on the highway right there. I do feel personally that the property which is, let's see, you're asking to rezone a total of 13 acres on those three and 8.6 there. So you're looking at 22 acres is what we're basically asking for, right, for rezoning. I personally, right now, unless somebody can convince me differently, I would agree to the 8.633, which is 33% of the property that you're asking to be rezoned to HC2 or HC1 or NC4. This would be an HC2 request. I don't have a problem with that because that meets what I think a land use in that area would accommodate, and it would be appropriate. I want commercial on highways. I just don't think all highway property is the same. You can't say, I'm going to develop it here because it's on the highway. Well, maybe, as we pointed out, those 7 pieces that are developed HC2 right now, I don't believe one of them's in the floodplain. And somebody could prove me wrong on that, but from me looking at it, it doesn't look that way. So personally, I think the negotiation I would like to see is this. Leave the 13.346, which is the total of the 3 properties that you're looking at. I would like to see that remain A1. I would like to see the 8.633 approved and moved to HC2 for commercial use. The 42.56 donated acres, I spoke to our engineer today and I asked him, if hypothetically we own those 42.56 acres, what would we be doing with it right now to improve the storage or the floodplain or whatever engineering term we'd want to call it? He said, probably nothing at all. It does what it does. It retains the water during a heavy flood. Now, could we improve that? Yeah, we could probably go out there and dig it deeper, okay, where it could maybe, the deeper the pot, maybe the more water it would store, right? I don't know if that's fact or not, but that's the way my mind thinks. But if my engineer's telling me if it were our property, the St. Tammany Parish owned that 42.56 acres, we'd probably leave it just like it is in its natural state, okay? So with that said, if we were to agree to, because we're going to be voting on these 4 different deals independently on their own merit. If we were to agree to the first one is the 8.633, which is the furthest to the east on the higher side of the property. If we were agreed to change that, that's 33% of what you're asking for. Would you still consider giving up 33% of your donated 42 acres to the parish, and we'll just leave it that way forever? But that's not even part of the equation. I made that kind of as a lighthearted joke, okay? And this is nothing to be joking about, I get it. But that's just the way I feel about it, I don't think all 4 spots are appropriate for zoning change. I think 3 of them, in my opinion, should remain A1 because of their location in that floodplain, in that critical zone, drainage zone. The 8.633, the largest of the 4 sites that you proposed, you're asking for us to make the change to HC2, I'm in favor of that one because, it could flood, but it's not going to flood. It's not going to be the first one to flood. It would have to be a really bad flood, and it's going to get the other 3 first. I think that one I'd be good with. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Councilwoman O'Brien?
Yes, Mr. Allen mentioned something about the Chafuncta flooding. My in-laws had a summer house at the end of the lagoon, and I can remember when they were still alive. They're both gone now, God rest their souls. But I remember multiple times flooding. We had a little kitchenette downstairs that had, so everybody didn't have to walk upstairs. We didn't have an elevator. And over again, that lower area flooded. And I remember multiple times it was like to the top of the refrigerator. This was not a small flood. So now that's a little bit further away. That was off Three Rivers Road. But I'm very familiar with the Rivers Retreat Center. I've been to a lot of different events. I know Marcus Clavier very well, and I believe that he has had some buildings flooded out there. So that is just a little bit past prudent. And if I recall correctly, as you drive, it's kind of low. I mean, substantially lower than what I would think you would want a lot of fill to be brought into. I mean, I wish I would have had time to go take a look at it again. It's been a couple of months since I've been out there for his latest event. But as I recall, when you're talking fill, I think it would be a huge amount of fill if the BFE is even remotely close there where they're talking about building. And I mean, I represent District 10 in Mandeville along the lakefront. We have buildings that are built up and they do just fine. Knowing where it's at and its proximity to Rivers Retreat, I would be very concerned about the amount of dirt that would have to be brought in there if it was on a slab. And like I said, I very well remember flooding at my in-laws in their summer home where it was at the top of their little kitchen area. That was a lot of water. I have concerns.
Thank you, Councilman Binder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Allen, could you come up if you don't mind? I wanted to ask you this, and by the way, this is not a loaded question, okay?
Oh, well, everything's loaded. That's how I like my fries.
Let me ask you this. We haven't talked about rain. I know you've talked about rain way upriver.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But let me ask you this question. Tell me how bad you consider 26 inches of rain to be.
That's an extreme rain event, but it's not out of the question here. I think the 16 flood, if I remember correctly, was about 21 inches up around the Washington St. Tammany Parish line.
What about 26 inches in 24 hours?
It can happen.
What would
I mean, a good hurricane through here that stalls for 24 hours could do to us what it did to Houston.
Yeah, I'm just talking about a bad rain event.
Yeah.
Okay.
Really, this property would go underwater with probably a 12 to 13 inch rain to the north. If it rains 10 inches on that property, it's so close to the river, without the river being high, it just runs right off.
So let me ask you this. If we had 26 inches of rain in a straight 24-hour period, evens out to maybe 1.25 inches an hour.
Yeah.
It's pretty consistent, okay? And I would tell you that out of about 1,200 homes, maybe 4 flooded. What would your answer be to that?
They were most likely built outside of the floodplain or raised high enough to be above that.
What if I told you that all 1,200 of them were built between 6.5 feet elevation and 7.9?
Again, it also depends on the location. Like if you're near the lake, it has pretty good access to it to run off, so it doesn't build up. Now this property is on the upstream side of 190, and as has been said, that acts like a dam. There's actually about a 2-foot difference. If you look, in the last 10 years, they put up those guardrails because people were dying in those deep ditches. They've also had to asphalt the shoulders.
But let me interrupt you.
Yes, sir.
Not to interrupt you.
I'm sorry if I'm getting off topic.
But what would you say to 6 homes out of 1,200 flooding and 1,194 not flooding.
That's not bad, and those 6 homes probably shouldn't have been built where they were built.
And the ones that were built between 6.5 feet and 7.9 feet, they were built at a reasonable height?
Most likely, yes, sir.
Really?
And again, it depends. Like, when you get down here to the coast, it's so flat that if it rains 26 inches, you're only going to have 26 inches of, you're not even going to get 26 inches of water because of flood height, because it's running off at the same time it's coming down.
Okay,
there's a time dependency in there.
So the point I'm getting at is this, and I really want to bring this up because I don't think that we brought this up in the past.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I think now is a good time to bring it up because I think we have, and this is not near my council district, but I'm talking with Ms. O'Brien some and listened to what Mr. Smith had to say, and I don't take that lightly. But my house in that event had 0 water.
Mm-hmm.
And it didn't cross the curb on my street.
Yes, sir.
And my house was not raised up.
Mm-hmm.
And my house was at 7 feet 4 inches. Now, how is that possible?
Because if it only rained 26 inches right there, that's the most you would have.
Gotcha.
Now, if I may, talk about the 1983 flood.
But wait, let me interrupt you because it's a loaded question.
Yeah.
Our community has 6 60,000-gallon minute pumps.
Mm-hmm.
And all 6 of them were pumping. And that's why no homes flooded.
Mm-hmm.
It had nothing to do with 2 feet of water.
Okay.
And I'm not trying to be mean or negative.
Yeah.
Okay. But it had nothing to do with 2 feet of water. The 6 homes that got water, they got 7.5, 8 feet of water.
Mm-hmm.
In Hurricane Katrina,
yeah,
my home that didn't get past the curb had 4 feet of water because it overtook the pumping system. But my point to my colleagues and to the citizens too, and this is not inexpensive, it's expensive, but we can look for grant money. We've got to become a partner in how we get rid of water.
Yes. Now,
but do you agree with that?
Oh, I agree with that. How we deal with it, we need a full discussion.
Because the only other option is just stop building everything.
No, sir, it is not.
Okay.
Because there's plenty of areas outside of major river floodplains.
Okay.
Now, if I may, just to illustrate my point, I was 15 in '83. We had seen it flood before. My parents built a house, like I said, 11 feet off the ground. It came up so fast that night that my parents had left me and my brothers up to watch it. We fell asleep. My grandfather had to wade through chest deep water to get to us. Okay, that was the highest flood we can remember. It went over 1077. My youngest brothers were babies. My grandparents, they had the Army National Guard came out with boats and all. We evacuated to my uncle's house on the Big Tchefuncte River, just adjacent to Fairview Riverside State Park, just upstream. We never had a problem in that house, and his house was only 5 feet above sea level.
No, I understand.
And that's just because of the different geometries of the landforms there.
Okay, and so, Mr. Chairman, I'm finished. The last thing I'm going to say is that the one thing that kind of bothers me about this whole project situation is this. I cannot remember in all of my years, city and parish, anybody ever coming to us and saying, I'm going to give you 60-something acres of land, okay, in an area that it would be put to good use, because I've heard the word flooding probably about 300 times tonight. So if flooding is that big of an issue, why wouldn't we take the 60-something acres of land? I can tell you this. I look at Dollar General. Dollar General puts the concrete walls, like McDonald's does too, and so does Wendy's. They don't flood my house. They keep themselves from flooding. But, as Mr. Smith was saying, if we're talking about building on 8 acres, and that's including parking and everything as well. But we're talking about building on 8 acres, but we get 60 acres of, it's never going to be built on in perpetuity. I don't know, I'm going to finish with this. I don't know how I'm just telling you for me. Y'all can get mad at me. I'm just saying for me, I don't know how I turn the deal down. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Corbin?
Mr. Marone, what level of fill would be required? I recognize you've got the UDCs requires you to have something to handle the water that's going to come from any place that you put asphalt down. But in terms of raising the buildings, what level of fill would you aiming for?
Well, the parish requirements in this area is that there can be no net fill used on the site.
That, but how high would the buildings be?
Well, I don't know exactly what the base flood elevation is. The sites on the east end are at about 28, I believe.
Yes, that's correct.
And
I agree with you.
I believe maybe the other two are at about 26.
On average.
On average. It's kind of hard to tell. It was very small to see. So I think that's about what the elevations are, and I'm not exactly sure what the base flood elevation is. 29? 29 is what the base flood elevation is. So on the east side, you'd be going from, again, that 28 is, it's not even across the board. But you'd be going from about 27, 28 to 29 or a foot over that, and then on the west side from about 26 to 29.
So it's not nominal, but not a massive.
It's not a massive amount of fill, and the fill that would have to be used would have to be offset on our site.
Correct. On each individual
correct.
site.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
So I happen to fortunately have access to a topographical map that was provided to me. And if I look at the map, I concur with what you're saying. These properties, these 4 places are in the 26 to 28 foot range. There is a green line, a green topological line at 20 feet. There's not a single section of green in any one of these 4 properties, any one of the 4 proposed commercial sites. There's a lot of green in between those sites.
Correct.
Goes down to 20 feet. So we're 6 to 8 foot difference.
Correct.
In these areas between these individual properties.
Right.
I would, and I'm not a floodplain manager like you are, sir, but intuitively, it would tell me that the water's already flowing in these spaces. Correct. And what the developer has chosen to do was to make sure that those pathways for drainage still exist. Because if it's 28 here and it's 20 here, water's not going up. It's going to go fill those places. And so I look at this and say, they've left the natural drainage components available. The area where it's 28 feet is not going to serve as a drainage location. And if I'm holding that water, because I'm required to by our UDC for that specific property, I have to accommodate that and be able to recover it, and I have a no net fill requirement. It seems like the developer has gone to me, pretty reasonable lengths to make sure that the pathways that are in existence today continue going forward.
May I respond to that, sir?
Sure.
Just from living there my whole life.
You lived exactly on these 4 properties?
No, I lived across the highway, our driveway was across from Pruden Road. And so, when we were kids, we ran everywhere. But when in a major flood, that whole highway becomes part of the conveyance.
The whole highway is not at 28 feet.
The whole highway is at 29, and major floods go up to 32 feet here. And like I said, the base flood elevations were done in the 80s, back when we had floppy disks, before we had all the development affecting the flood zone.
I appreciate that.
So,
We got to live with the technology we have today.
Yeah, but the highway itself becomes part of the floodwater conveyance. So if he builds and fills above the highway, that's going to separate the water. It's going to get higher in those areas that aren't filled, because it has to go
I would only
somewhere.
suggest, I would disagree with you only in the sense that those pathways already exist.
And
they already exist. You've got an 8-foot difference based on the topographical map. And I'm taking the assumption that the topographical map that I was provided is accurate. If it is in fact accurate, they're not planning to build anything in those areas and restrict the flow in the natural flow areas.
You again are thinking about the local drainage and those local streams. In the major, most damaging floods that happen every 15 to 20 years from the Tchefuncte River, the whole frontage of highway goes underwater with a flow you cannot stand up in.
I'm not disputing that. Please understand, I'm not disputing that at all. If I could finish, what I'm telling you is if the topographical maps are accurate, the level of the roadway is below that 28 feet. So that's not a big surprise to me.
Yes, sir. And so by filling those sections, you're blocking the flow of the major river floods.
No, if it's already 8 feet higher than the normal flow path, and
no, sir. The normal flow path, 8 feet higher when there's no water in it. A major flood covers the whole thing 2 to 3 feet. And I think can't be any clearer than that. And the whole highway becomes part of the flow that will be blocked.
Again, I'm not disputing that. I'm saying where these 4 properties are, they've chosen the 4 locations with the highest elevation. And there's not a single bit of 20-foot green that is on any one of those properties. And so the areas where it's at 20 feet, 6 to 8 feet below these areas, is the flow path that exists today.
The flow path for the local drainage, not the flow path for the damaging major Tchefuncte River flows.
Okay.
Mr. Corbett, you finished?
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm not disputing that nobody's ever flooded. I'm just saying that
I'm not trying to be disrespectful, sir.
I'm not taking it that way.
I get frustrated with communication sometimes.
No, I'm not taking it as disrespectful at all.
Thank you, sir.
I'm just doing my best to read the data that I've been provided.
Yes, sir.
And the data that I've been provided, while I fully appreciate what if it goes to 32 foot, everything here flooded.
Yeah, and it's gone over 30 feet, I want to say 5 times in the last 50 years.
Yeah.
So
but my house didn't flood in Katrina. My garage did.
Yeah.
But
we didn't flood in Katrina.
I'm not going to go move.
Yeah, this place did not flood in Katrina. We didn't have enough rainfall north of us.
All right. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Corbin. Councilwoman Casavon, take us home.
Yes. As I stated, my concerns was by leaving it the A1, people would have to have, whether they put them on pilings or whatever and could build. My concern is with the water and the sewage, the individual water and the individual sewage that could run off into the river and pollute. I also feel like that I would rather have commercial owned 190 than I would having houses there. And I think they have accommodated for the natural flow. Yes, we could have the rivers flooding again, but it's also taking land, like I said, out of the commerce. But the statement, Mr. Bender, I was going to say that what I was trying to say is that I don't think the donation of the land, it depends on, how much we give. I didn't mean, that, okay. It's 42. It's 42.56 acres. So at this time, I'd like to take the first one, which is number 3, the 8.63 acres, and make a motion to overturn the denial of that portion. And if we can vote on that one first.
All right, so we have a motion on appeal number 1, second by Mr. Smith. Please vote your machines.
The motion passes with 12 yeas, 1 nay, and 1 absent.
All right.
Hold on.
Okay, and then.
Hold on 1 second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And then she needs to introduce an ordinance.
All right.
And then the next one
Wait,
is.
Ms. Casabon, you need to introduce.
Oh, I
the,
introduce it, okay. Make a motion to introduce,
All right, motion to introduce, second by Mr. Rowling.
okay?
All right, so that takes care of number 1.
That's number 3.
No, sorry, number 3.
And then that,
All right, so I need to read, I need to read it
Yeah.
aloud before we do it.
Yes.
All right, so this is appeal number 4. Roland Vaughn, how do you pronounce your last name? Simony, appealing the zoning commission denial on July 2nd, 2024 to rezone 3.75 acres of land, more or less, located on the northwest corner of US Highway 190 and Pruden Road, Covington, from its existing A1 suburban district to an NC4, Ward 3, District 3. Ms.
3.75 is 3.73.
Oh, 3.73 acres, I apologize.
no, wait a minute.
That's appeal number 4.
That's not right.
Oh, down here, okay, we're on to the next one.
Yes, ma'am. So,
Okay.
Ms. Councilwoman Casabon, run the show.
We're, this portion, okay, that is the 3.75.
7.3.
Oh, okay, I'm looking at this particular map. Okay, the bottom line is, I don't really want any commercial which would straddle Pruden Road, so I would make a motion to uphold the planning and zoning denial of those 2 portions, whatever that, you know.
All right, so this is
that
number
would
4,
be
so we have a,
NC4. Oh, well, this is number 4, 3, NC?
yeah,
And that's
this is number
one
4.
right here. Right here, right.
It's that one we're speaking of.
No, this one. This is NC4, and that's HC1. And this one is the 4 right here next, it's on Pruden Road, that I didn't like that one. I don't really want the traffic and the,
All right, so
okay.
Councilwoman Casabon, you've made a motion for appeal number 4 to uphold, to concur.
Concur with.
All right. Do you have a second?
Plan. Do I have a second?
With Mr. Rowling, we have a second. We have a motion and a second for number 4.
Wait a second, I got a question.
Yes, sir.
This one. It's number 4. I'm concurring.
Chairman Laughlin, could you?
1 second, sir. Mr. Corbin?
Can you tell us the acreage that you're working with?
Yes, sir.
So I know exactly which one you're talking about?
All right.
Yeah,
So,
I was going to ask if you
wait.
could see the zoning number.
What?
So we are discussing,
Yeah,
okay,
I'm sorry. Oh.
okay. We are discussing zoning number 2024-3842-ZC.
The first one.
Number 4 on our agenda on the appeal docket.
I think the confusion is because this map doesn't have the same acreage as this.
Yeah.
That's why people-
Right.
So if you're reading the map doesn't agree with the with our
the
zoning numbers.
Thing, yes.
All right, so we have a motion and a second to concur with the zoning denial of number 4. Are y'all ready to vote?
I have a question.
Yes, sir. Mr. Corbin.
Can you call out the acres that is number 4? Is it the 3.730?
3.73.
Thank you.
Yes. All right. Motion and a second. Let's vote our machines, and this is to concur with the zoning denial.
Yeah, yes, we are. He was asking what you do, yes, sir.
The motion passes with 11 yeas, 2 nays, and 1 absent.
Okay.
Hold on 1 second.
Sure.
All right, number 5
Hold
is.
on 1 moment.
Oh, I got to introduce?
Yeah.
Yeah,
hold-
you
hold
need
on one moment.
1 second.
Introduce, okay.
Councilwoman Caswan, you do have a hot mic. I just want to warn you. I'm leaving your mic on for this, so.
All right.
Yeah.
Now you need to introduce.
All right, now we need a motion to introduce,
So
To
moved.
adopt.
to adopt the resolution. Councilwoman Caswan,
So moved.
second by Mr. Smith.
You need to vote.
All right, everybody, we need to vote on machines. This is to,
Concur.
the,
No, it's done for a reason.
all right? Vote your machines. Yeah, we're still on number 4. We're just
We're still on number 4. yeah.
pushing it through.
Yeah.
We're waiting on one vote.
Yep. Mr. Impastato?
Mr. Marone, I have a question. If only partial of this is approved, what's the situation on the land donation?
Well, our proposal was for all of it, so we would have to reevaluate that based on whatever's decided tonight.
Okay.
That motion passes with 11 yeas, 2 nays, and 1 absent.
All right, moving on to appeal number 5. Roland Vaughn Simony appealing the zoning commission denial on July 2nd, 2024 to rezone 3.36 acres of land, more or less, located on the northeast corner of US Highway 190 and Pruden Road, Covington, from its existing A1 suburban district to a highway, HC2 highway commercial district. I'm sorry, HC1. This is Ward 3, District 3, and the zoning number is 2024-3843ZC. Councilwoman Casabon?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion.
Can you, Martha, press your button, please? Go ahead.
Concur with the planning and zoning. As I stated, I'm afraid that they would make us use Pruden Road as an entrance, and I want less traffic there.
All right, so you're making a motion to concur with the denial.
Concur with the denial of the planning and zoning.
And I see a second from Mr. Rolling. Oh, vote your machines. Motion to concur. I lost mine. Jared? Press your button, Jared.
I got myself confused. If I want to vote to allow this project to go forward, then I'm going to vote nay, correct?
No.
Thank you. No?
The motion is to concur with the
The zoning denial.
zoning's denial.
Gotcha.
So if you, yeah,
I got it.
okay.
A yay vote does not rezone the property, a nay vote would overturn that and allow the rezoning.
Right. I know, it's crazy.
The motion passes with 11 yeas, 2 nays, and 1
All right, let's see what I
absent.
can do on this one. Oh,
All right,
did
I've
it-
lost.
oh, did I have to vote? Do we have to introduce?
And yeah, resolution.
Yep, you need
Please.
to introduce, please.
Okay, make a motion to introduce.
All right, we have a motion to introduce. It's a motion to adopt. Mr. Rolling, thank you. Now we need to vote. All right. Now I've lost my place.
Number 6.
Hold on, we're not there
And
yet.
the
We're
last
waiting
one.
on one person to
Wait,
vote.
check your machines, y'all. Everybody vote? Okay.
Mr. Strickland, what was your vote? With the verbal yay from Mr. Strickland, the motion passes with 12 yeas, 1 nay, and 1 absent.
All right. Final appeal. Roland Vaughn Simony appealing the zoning commission denial on July 2nd, 2024 to rezone 6.25 acres of land, more or less, located on the north side of US Highway 190, east of Pruden Road, Covington, from its existing A1 to a HC1, Ward 3, District 3. This is zoning number 2024-3844ZC. Councilwoman Casabon.
I'll make,
No, oh, wait. Council, do you want to recognize Mr. Maroon?
There's just an error in what you just read in. I just wanted to make sure it was clear.
6.2.
It's HC2. This is the other HC2 parcel.
This is the
This is Appeal 6, right, Paul?
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
HC2.
It's
Yeah.
the request on this one was to HC2,
Right.
and it's incorrectly stated as to HC1 in the agenda.
All right, do we need to do anything?
And this is the 6.24. And I'm going to make a motion to
We're still trying to
Oh.
figure this out. It's correct in the packet.
It is, okay.
So it's correct in the packet, wrong on the agenda.
Oh,
Okay, so we don't have to do anything.
Okay. The map is correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
Number 6.
We're on number 6.
Martha, take us home.
All right. On this one, because it is on the highway and it's away from the prudent driveway, I'm going to make a motion to overturn the planning and zoning on this parcel.
All right, we have a motion and a second to overturn. Please vote your machines.
Yes, to overturn. I think so. Yay. It's yay? No, let's do yay. You didn't want that. Okay.
The motion passes with
Okay.
8 yeas, 5 nays, and 1 absent.
That concludes the,
Get these down.
Wait, did we do?
yes.
Yay to it passed. Wait. Wait, yeah, wait a minute. Did we overturn that or not?
Yes.
Yeah, we
Yes,
meant
the motion passed.
to overturn. Okay, all right. God.
Now you need
Martha, please make
Yeah.
us a motion.
we need
I
to
make
introduce
a
an
motion to
ordinance.
introduce.
Second by Mr. Strickland. Do we need to vote? All right. That concludes our appeal docket. I wanted to say our agenda, but it doesn't.
Sorry, people, it was very heavy.
Y'all have a good night. Thank you.
Y'all can cross from highway commercial. You are unbelievable. Where's the high school? I'm in grammar school. You don't know what.
Good night, sir.
You're absolutely right. Y'all a bunch of clowns. Not mad because you got what you wanted, but, oh,
You want to?
She wants to repeat.
Martha, you win the award for the most confusing set of appeals. You want to take over? All right, I'm handing over the ordinances for adoption to the vice chair.
Do we have any cards on these? Yeah. Which one? 7644. Thank you.
All right, Katrina, no screw-ups tonight. Oh, thank you. Ready? Ordinances for adoption. Number 1, ordinance calendar number 7593AA. Ordinance to amend St. Tammany Parish Code of Ordinances Part 1, Code of Ordinances Chapter 30, Parks, Recreation, and Scenic Neighborhoods, Article 8, Recreation District Number 7, Section 30-197, boundaries to change the boundaries of Recreation District 7 to amend Article 11, Recreation District Number 11, Section 30-276, boundaries to change the boundaries of Recreation District Number 11. Mr. Kugel. Ms. Tanner. I second. Motion and second. Please, any discussion? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Kugel. Proceed.
No, I didn't. I thought that was.
Okay. Please vote with your lights. Get a pen, please. Thank you. He's on there. That's fine.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Number 2 is ordinance calendar number 7627, ordinance to extend a 6-month moratorium within the boundaries of Council District 9 as established by Ordinance Council Series number 22-5061, receipt of submissions by the St. Tammany Parish Department of Planning and Development and/or the issuance of permits by the St. Tammany Parish Department of Permits and inspections for the rezoning and/or subdivision, re-subdivision, and/or any construction or placement for any of the following. 1, any parcel of land less than 10 acres or larger, which would result in an allowable density of any residentially zoned parcel greater than 1 or more dense than A2 suburban district, 1 single-family unit per acre, or 2, any parcel of land less than or smaller than 10 acres, which would result in any allowable greater density than or more dense than A3 subdivision, 2 single-family units per acre. 3, any residential permitted use in planned unit development overlay PUDs, or 4, any residential permitted use in traditional neighborhood developments, TNDs, or 5, any single-family dwelling and/or lodging permitted any use in highway commercial zoning. 6, or any residential permitted use in a planned business campus, PBC, zone district. Or 7, any residential properties 1 acre or greater on all roads without land clearing permit. Mr. Kugel. Do we have a second?
I second.
By Ms. Tanner. Any discussion? Please vote. Next time, let's just say everything.
The motion is unanimous with 4 absent.
Number 3 has been removed, so we'll go to number 4, ordinance calendar number 7629, ordinance to revoke an unopened portion of Fairview Drive located on east side of Edgewood Drive, north of Gauls Boulevard West, south of Linda Drive, between Square 1 and Square 9, in the Woodland Park subdivision as delineated on map number 14C, Ward 9, District 11. Mr. Kugel. I just called you. Second? Second by Ms. Tanner. Any discussion? Please vote. Thank you, David. He does.
The motion is unanimous with 4 absent.
Number 5 is ordinance calendar number 7630, ordinance submitting the official zoning map of St. Tammany Parish, Louisiana, to reclassify a certain parcel located on the northwest corner of Louisiana Highway 22 and Grand Oaks Drive in Madisonville, and which property comprises a total of 2.082 acres of land more or less from its present NC4 neighborhood institutional district to an HC1 highway commercial district in Ward 1, District 1. Mr. Smith? Do we have a second?
I second.
Ms. Tanner, any discussion? Please vote. I almost said Mr. Thompson.
The motion is unanimous with 4 absent.
Number 6 is ordinance calendar number 7631, ordinance amending the official zoning map of St. Tammany Parish, Louisiana, to reclassify a certain parcel located on the northwest side of Fitzgerald Church Road, Covington, in which property comprises a total of 1.43 acres of land more or less from its A1 suburban district to a manufactured housing overlay and rural overlay to an A2 suburban district, manufactured housing overlay and rural overlay district, Ward 2, District 6. Ms. Tanner.
I'll make the motion.
Motion by Ms. Tanner, second by Mr. Larry. Any discussion? Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 4 absent.
Number 7 is ordinance calendar number 7632, ordinance amending the official zoning map of St. Tammany Parish, Louisiana, to reclassify a certain parcel located on the end of Dream Court, south of LA Highway 433, Slidell, in which property comprises a total of 7.115 acres of land, more or less, from its present A4 single-family residential and manufactured housing overlay to an NC6 public and recreational district and manufactured housing overlay in Ward 9, District 13. Mr. Corbin.
So moved. Second.
Second by Mr. Burke, was it? Mr. Kugel. Any discussion? Please vote. Bum, 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 bum.
The motion is unanimous with 4 absent.
Number 8, ordinance calendar number 7633, ordinance amending the official zoning map of St. Tammany Parish, Louisiana, to reclassify a certain parcel located on west side of Hoover Drive, north of US 190 East, being 141 Hoover Drive, Slidell, in which property comprises a total of 1.31 acres of land, more or less, from its present A4 single-family residential district to an A8 multifamily residential district, Ward 8, District 13. Mr. Corbin.
So moved. So moved. I do want to make a comment?
By all means.
Okay. The comment I'd only make is that this property was rezoned during global rezoning, or whatever that we call that one, several years ago.
Comprehensive.
Pardon? Comprehensive rezoning.
Close.
Many years ago. And all we're doing is going back to how the property was used before and correcting it so that the current owner who has turned this in, has taken a blighted property and turned it into an rebuilt the apartment complex, puts it back in commerce.
Very good. Ms. O'Brien, do you second?
Yes, sir.
Motion is second. Any further discussion? Please vote.
Waiting on two.
Waiting on 2 votes, please.
You didn't vote. What's your vote?
I voted, I pressed yes, Katrina. Wow.
The motion is unanimous with
I did
4
vote.
absent.
Number 9 is ordinance count number 7634, ordinance amending the official zoning map of St. Tammany Parish, Louisiana to reclassify a certain parcel located on south side of L.A. Tongue Road, east of Middle Road, Covington, and which property comprises a total of 3 acres of land more or less from its present A1 suburban district, rural overlay, and manufacturing housing overlay to an A-1A suburban district, rural overlay, and manufactured housing overlay in Ward 2, District 6. Ms. Tanner, sorry.
It's Louisiana Tongue, and I make the motion.
Motion, second by Mr. Rowley. Any discussion? Please vote. Louisiana Tongue. That's funny. I'd voted Katrina, just so you confirm.
The motion is unanimous with 4 absent.
Number 10 is ordinance calendar number 7635, ordinance amending the official zoning map of St. Tammany Parish, Louisiana to reclassify a certain parcel located on the east side of Louisiana Highway 25 south of River Road and north of Johnson Street, being 70560 Louisiana Highway 25 Covington, and which property comprises a total of 1.043 acres of land more or less from its present NC Indoor Retail and Service District to an ED Higher Education District, Ward 3, District Number 2. Mr. Rowling.
Yes, the school is going to be a great addition to the area, so I have a motion to approve, please.
Motion by Mr. Rowling, second by Mr. Smith. Any discussion? Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Number 11 is ordinance calendar number 7636, ordinance authorizing the Parish of St. Tammany through the Office of the Parish President to accept an act of dedication and donation for a portion of Holiday Square Boulevard for use as a public street, Ward 3, District 5. Mr. Phillips.
I so move.
Motion by Mr. Phillips, second by Ms. Tanner. Is there any discussion? Please vote with your lights.
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Number 12 is ordinance calendar number 7637, ordinance granting a non-exclusive franchise to Unity Fiber Gulfco LLC for the purpose of constructing and maintaining a fiber optic transmission line at all within all public right-of-ways within unincorporated St. Tammany Parish, Louisiana, parish-wide. We have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Motion by Ms. Tanner, second by Mr. Smith. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Coogan.
So this is a 25-year, I don't know if, IT, what's, I'm honestly, Grant left? Grant, I'm sorry, is Grant who the appropriate person to ask about this is, or who would be, this is a
Somebody wake him up.
non-exclusive franchise we're granting for 25 years for fiber? Is he still available, or is he the person?
It would be the legal civil division,
Okay.
at request of, yeah, at the request of.
Thank you. Sorry. Just this is it's 25 years, but it's non-exclusive.
It's non-exclusive. Any provider can have that. I think Camellia Fiber got one in 2021.
And are there any concerns about directional boring?
This is going to be a directional boring contract. I'm not aware that Unity's had any of the issues that we've experienced with other vendors, but
Okay, that's all I have.
Any further discussion? Ms. O'Brien, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you just mentioned some problems with other people. I mean, I noticed section 8.11, highest degree of care is commensurate with the practical operation, and I noticed section 12 and 13, you have reasonable satisfaction of STP, and the insurance coverage looks good. But and I don't want to name the other company, but in my district, we had a lot of problems. Do you feel that this is going to make things better, the way it's written?
The reason that this is coming out is that Unity has a concern. Unity and AT&T probably have the most fiber in the parish. Most of what they're concerned about is the ability to repair. They're concerned that that if they don't get a franchise agreement, they'd have to go through a process to repair cut fiber. They had a fiber cut, I think, last week. And if they had to go through back to the council, go through this without it right away, they're concerned that their ability to repair service and restore service would be compromised. That's why they're doing this.
But you said their record is much, much better than the one we're thinking about?
I am not aware of them having a problem. I'm not going to compare to other, I don't want to do that, but I'm not aware that they have had an issue.
Because in my district, we had way too many problems. I hope to not hear about that again.
In that case, I think they were laying new fiber. In this case, I don't think Unity is planning to expand their service the way that service was being expanded.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any additional questions? Any other discussion? We have a motion and a second on the floor. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Number 13 is ordinance calendar number 7638, ordinance to declare multiple tax adjudicated properties as surplus property and to authorize the parish to proceed with the process for the advertising and sale of such adjudicated properties. Motion by Mr. Bender, second by Mr. Burke. Is there any discussion? Please vote. God, is it this thick? Okay. Sure it is.
Missing one. The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Number 14 is ordinance calendar number 7639, ordinance accepting Bonterra Phase 1A into Parish Maintenance System, Ward 8, District 9. Mr. Kugel.
Holly, I had a question. So ultimately, there's going to be 214 homes built there. I think we're at, what, like 60, something like that. The question is, there's still going to be a huge, so once this puts in the inventory, the parish becomes responsible for these roads, maintaining. There's still going to be a huge amount of construction, which is, is there any reason not to postpone this until more homes are built?
Is there any reason not to postpone it?
Yeah, and hold off putting these in an inventory. What is going to be the?
Well, I mean, the warranty obligation has been released, and they've done everything within the checklist, and so it's for us to take in at this point.
Oh, are we obligated to, or if?
I'm not positive about that piece of it, but I know that they've met all the checklist items.
Emily, can you answer whether or not, if they meet the warranty obligations, are we obligated at that time? My concern being is there's going to be a lot more construction and people driving on the roads and stuff.
As long as at the time of inspection, those roads were constructed to the standards in our code of ordinances, and those roads were dedicated to the parish on the plats, then yes. I think that it could be considered arbitrary and capricious if we did not take those roads in without some other consideration.
Okay. Okay. So moved.
Motion, Mr. Kugel, second by Mr. Burke. Any further discussion? Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Number 15 is ordinance calendar number 7640, ordinance to remove roads and/or portions of road in District 3 that have not been maintained by parish forces. Ms. Casabon. Motion by Ms. Casabon, second by Ms. Tanner. Any discussion? Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Number 16 is ordinance calendar number 7641, ordinance to remove roads and/or portions of roads in District 6 that have not been maintained by parish forces. Ms. Tanner? Motion by Ms. Tanner, second by Mr. Rowling. Any discussion? Please vote.
Missing one.
Who are we missing?
Mr. Kugel, what was your vote? With the verbal yay from Mr. Kugel, the motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Number 17 is ordinance calendar number 7642, ordinance accepting Simpson Farms Phase 2 into the Parish Maintenance System, Ward 3, District 3. Ms. Casabon. Motion, second by Ms. Tanner. Any discussion? Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Number 18 is ordinance calendar number 7643AA- ordinance to amend the 2024 operating budget, amendment number 11.
I make the motion.
Motion by Ms. Tanner, second by Mr. Rowling. Any discussion? Please vote.
Missing 2.
Guys, we got to vote. We're going to spend the night here.
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Number 19 is ordinance calendar number 7644, ordinance to amend the 2024 capital improvement budget and capital assets, amendment number 29, coastal restoration capital projects. Lawful Cooper, do we have a motion? Motion by Ms. Tanner, second by Mr. Smith. Is there any discussion?
Ms. O'Brien.
Ms. O'Brien, you have the floor.
Okay, you have some very elaborate language. Can you just, for the public, give a short, just simple description? I mean,
Me?
you know, no, not you. No, definitely not you. I mean, with the focus on stakeholder and community engagement, project overviews, typical sections, and identified funding streams. The goal is to provide sufficient detail for the parish progress to the design and implement phases with the goal of executing a robust and well-defined transportation program. In simple language, what are you saying?
Mr. Liner.
Yes.
So essentially, what we're looking at now is we're going to have our draft of the multimodal transportation plan probably out within about a few weeks to a month at the most. From there, we'll have public input and hopefully an adoption by the Planning Commission. Phase 2 of that particular project is we have about $1 billion worth of road projects identified. Phase 2 is to boil that down to a true program St. Tammany Parish can afford, and this is what the consultant's going to do. It's phase 2 of the project.
Your mic isn't on anymore.
So,
Big language, I just wanted something simplistic
Yep.
for the public.
Absolutely. Good, or
Good enough, I guess.
I mean, I can keep going.
Mr. Corbin, you have the
Yeah,
floor.
Ross, isn't this, we're on item number 19. This is the one that has to do with the recovery of reusable materials, correct?
Oh, is this on Gomesa?
Yeah. This is the one that allows us to go start stockpiling materials that are broken up.
All right, so I walked in.
Okay, it's getting late. I said all this is the wrong one.
Okay, because I heard you talking about the multimodal transportation plan, so I walked in to talk about that. All right, so do you want to talk about Restore?
I talked to you about it, so
Are
I
you
know
good? All right.
I mean, I'm good with it, because it's a good plan.
No.
All right. We want to talk about the Olympics next?
Well,
Okay, please. Is there any other discussion?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Mr. Corbin.
Very, very quick. This is a great project. It's a way to go recover broken concrete and old materials, stockpile it, and then repurpose it. And you've got to have money to go repurpose it. And so it's another way to, instead of going out and buying riprap and aggregate, to go use that materials in a appropriate way. So this is a very good opportunity for us going forward, and it takes some money to set it up.
Absolutely.
Federal money.
Yeah.
We're getting.
Yeah, I got it. I'm with you.
Well said, Mr. Corbin. Any further discussion? Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 1 absent.
Number 20 is ordinance calendar number 7645, ordinance to amend the 2024 capital improvement budget and capital assets, amendment number 30, economic development capital projects. Mr. Laughlin.
Motion to adopt?
Motion, Mr. Laughlin, second by Mr. Burke. Any discussion? Please vote.
Yes.
Do we have time?
The motion is unanimous with 1 absent.
Okay, number 21 is ordinance calendar number 7646, ordinance to amend the 2024 grants budget amendment number 7. Mr. Laughlin?
Motion to adopt?
Motion, I know, we're going to get it on the floor and then we'll talk. Motion second, Mr. Corbin. Yes, ma'am, please step up. Darrell Nova?
And this is her.
Ms. Ms. Stengel.
Close.
Please state your name for the record.
Daryl Nove, Pearl River, Louisiana.
3 minutes.
I'm president of an organization called Friends of Camp Salmon Nature Center.
Jeannie Stangl, 59385 Nestler Road, adjacent, Secretary of Friends of Camp Salmon Nature Park. And thank you all council members. We would appreciate your support for this project, which is an essential step in the long-planned reconstruction of the old trading post listed on the National Register of Historic Places by St. Tammany Parish in 2006 under the name Camp Salmon House or Camp Salmon Lodge, but commonly called the old trading post. Bricks were made on this site from the late 1700s. Historical consultation is needed. Additional consultation, the St. Tammany Parish Grants Department feels additional historical consultant is needed because we've never been able to pinpoint the exact age. It's estimated between 1750 and 1830. So the proposed ordinance addresses the first step, a vital step, essential step in the reconstruction phase of this historic structure. And the historical information being gathered for this project will be instrumental in the shaping future community and economic development projects at the park. The park is located on the Tammany Trace on Bayou Liberty. And so ecotourism, heritage tourism, mental and physical health with exercise on the Tammany Trace. Thank you.
Thank you very much for waiting so long. I'm very sorry it took this long to get to you. We should have moved you up. And for your service.
And these, we've all attended these meetings since even before Kevin Davis was elected parish president. These are some of the nice brochures that were developed in reference. Mr. Corbin, I thought you might be interested in some of these references to when it was an old Boy Scout camp. So these things date back to the 1990s that we've been working on this, and President Cooper has been most helpful in all these years of continuing the project. Thank you.
Thank you much for all of your help. Mr. Phillips?
Yes, ma'am. I just wanted to say thank you for waiting all this time. Sorry you had to wait.
Mr. Corbin has the floor.
Yeah, ma'am, I just wanted to apologize to you. I was speaking with Mr. Bender for just a moment and missed the very first part of your comment, but I know what it was about. I want to thank you for the work you've done. The Boy Scouts appreciated when they had the facility back then. They've moved on. It's a great facility, so thank you.
Thank you. I sent you some information to your email address.
You did. You sent me quite a bit of information.
Hey, he reads it too. He's a reader.
Fortunately, it's all very positive. I will tell you candidly, I've not got through all of it because I was on vacation for a little while, but I will get through it and I will answer back.
Thank you again. So I have a motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion? Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Number 22 is ordinance calendar number 7647, ordinance to dissolve St. Tammany Parish Gravity Drainage District number 3 pursuant to Louisiana Revised Statute 381798.1 to provide for other matters in connection therewith. Mr. Laughlin.
Motion to adopt.
Motion, Mr. Laughlin, second by Mr. Burke. Any discussion? Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Number 23 is ordinance calendar number 7648AA, ordinance to amend the Code of Ordinances of St. Tammany Parish, Louisiana, Part 1, Chapter 40, Utilities, Articles number 2, monitoring of sewage and water systems, to add Section 40-41, issuance of boil water advisors and customer notification. Mr. Kugel. Mr. Kugel, let's get a motion on the floor.
A motion to
to
adopt.
second. Motion by Mr. Kugel, second by Mr. Laughlin.
Just to clarify, Tim, just a couple things real quick, just for, this is something we've been working on, me and Joe, with you guys for several months, public safety ordinance. And so on the 7th of June, you had 16 stakeholders that came to a meeting. Everybody got on board, and you invited other providers as well. And then I did confirm as well that the penalties are similar to what the other ones are in Section 40.
That's correct.
Okay.
And they're discretionary.
Right, okay, I appreciate that.
Is there any further discussion? Thank you, guys. Please vote with your lights.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Number 24, ordinance calendar number 7649, ordinance to amend the St. Tammany Parish Code of Ordinances, Part 1, Code of Ordinances, Chapter 30, Parks, Recreation, and Scenic Neighborhoods, Article 6, Recreation District Number 5, Section 30-148, boundaries, to change the boundaries of Recreation District Number 5 and Section 30-149, Board of Commissioners, and to amend Article 17, Recreation District Number 16, Section 30-445, created boundaries, to change the boundaries of Recreation District Number 16. Mr. Kugel, Strickland, and Burke. Which one's going to make a motion?
I'm going to have to adopt that. Emily, we got the what did we just, I'm sorry, just to use.
Let's get a motion second on the floor.
I have a motion to amend. I have to do a motion to amend and reintroduce. Correct?
We
It does say that.
got the legal descriptions back, but they did not make it into the version that was posted. So we just need to add those into the version and then.
And reintroduce for voting. So just motion to amend and reintroduce?
So we'll do a motion to amend, vote on that motion to amend, and then we'll reintroduce that.
Okay, motion to amend.
Second by Mr. Laughlin. Please vote on the motion to amend. Then we will need a motion to adopt as
The
amended.
motion is unanimous with one absent.
Motion introduced as amended, seconded by Mr. Burke. Excellent. Number 25 is ordinance calendar number 7650, ordinance to amend St. Tammany Parish Code of Ordinances, Part 2, Land Development Code, Chapter 115, Drainage and Flood Control, Article 1, and General, Section 115-3, use of fill materials prohibited, to add an area of special concern. Mr. Impastato.
So moved.
Motion, second by Ms. O'Brien. Any discussion? Please vote.
Motion is unanimous with one absent.
Okay, emergency ordinance. We don't have to take any action, just go ahead and vote on opening the, it's on the agenda. Okay, don't yell at me. God dang, I just asked a question. Number 1, or emergency ordinance, ordinance calendar number 7669, emergency ordinance to continue permitted use on certain developed parcels affected by amendments into the Unified Development Code until rezoning of said parcels is effectuated. Mr. Smith. Motion, Mr. Smith, second by Mr. Rowling. Is there any discussion?
Yes, Mr. Corbin.
Mr. Corbin, you have the floor.
I just want to thank the planning and zoning, or the planning department, for getting those answers back so quickly, identifying those properties so that we could go address them. So it's much appreciated. Thanks, Ross, and thanks to your team.
Great job. Okay, we have a motion, second. Seeing no further discussion, please vote.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Okay, we need a motion to open up the off-the-floor agenda. Motion by Mr. Laughlin, second by Mr. Rowling. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Okay, one item on the off-the-floor agenda is number 1, emergency ordinance to amend the revised Unified Development Code, Chapter 100, Administration, Section 100-2, UDC Administrators, subsections 100-2.2 and 100-2.5 to reincorporate alternate members. Mr. Laughlin.
So moved.
Second by Mr. Corbin. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, please vote.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
All right, meeting is over. Great job.
Motion to adjourn.